Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to video game news. At this point, I think I am just going to call this video game news. In the title, I'll say Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel or whatever game I'm playing, but I think at this point we are just considering this first and foremost video game news with a little bit of gameplay in the background. I am also going to give the network connection warning, although I haven't really been seeing network troubles. I figured instead of just complaining about it and saying there's no way it is my DNS crypt settings that are causing the problems, I'll just turn them off and see if it fixes it for some reason. DNS is basically black magic. It seems like as far as networking is considered, and networking itself often feels like magic. So at any point my network could go down again. I'll give that warning. I also know that both of the live streams for Monday and Wednesday, the network went down after about a few minutes, and so those videos will be posted, if not this weekend, next weekend to catch up. Apologies there. I am in a weird catch-22 because right now it is snowing outside, or it did snow enough that people chose not to go to work, and that puts me in this weird catch-22 because I honestly believe there might have just been some jerk that doesn't know what they're doing at my ISP that was just resetting the router at their station, and the second that jerk didn't go to work that day, he all of a sudden stopped resetting everything. And I'm being very facetious here. Like, they're very well maybe a very valid reason that they were doing network configuration things, and they just didn't really care that much about uptime, and they were just having to reset things. What this eliminates potentially, if it isn't my settings, which I changed, and it still is my ISP's fault, which I still think it is, it eliminates the possibility that it was just some piece of equipment that was resetting on its own, which in networking doesn't happen that often unless you set a specific scheduled task to reset things, and even then you don't do that in almost every scenario. So I am in this weird catch-22 where it's either scenario A, my settings somehow are magically causing something to happen, and if it is my settings, it almost has to be my settings in conjunction with some kind of DNS crypt blocking scheme, whether it's intentional or not, being set up by my ISP, where if they can't monitor your traffic and see what sites you're going to, they actively have it programmed to mess up your internet. Or it's scenario B, the employee, the jerk, was making configurations and resetting things, and he didn't go to work. Now, the only way I can kind of test this is I've got to set my settings back to turn DNS crypt back on after this stream, or if we see network trouble during this stream, which I haven't been doing a ton of internet anyways. I've been focusing on Lego, and yeah, I have furniture I need to build to display Lego, and so I definitely have some distractions for the next couple of weeks. I did make, as far as the accountability section, did I say, by the way, today was Friday, February 4th? If I didn't, it is. I recorded a couple of episodes of Fallout 3. There is also, yeah, we have yet another notification. Maybe a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Master off screen was done. Like new issues of creating duel rooms. This game still feels very beta. Solo story wise, we're gonna get these solo quests, And I'm pretty much going to be done with the solo quest. Like, just 2 more to clear in this first section, and I think probably about 4 more to clear. Either yeah, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here, and some of these have to be done twice. But if they're going to, on a fairly frequent basis, give me solo mode quests, that's gonna kind of suck. Yeah, clearly I didn't play that much if I only went up 2 levels. And we are so far as far as the battle pass. This battle pass was way too easy, which I'm not gonna really complain about that. I don't know where I even read it, but I at some point did read something in the notices, I guess, that talked about these quests, and you get 3 quests a day. You can have 9 in total, I think it's 9. So you're going to have this situation where I can stream Monday, Wednesday, and Friday and let these stack up if necessary. The spectating duel, a live duel, you basically have to do every day if you want to get that 5 gems, but it's not particularly worth it. And yeah, it does kind of seem like until either February 28th, which would be the end of the season, or March 30th, which would probably be what most people would consider the actual launch of this game. That's when things are gonna really, I think, start to speed up. If not, then Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel is just gonna be really slow about releasing content. But yeah, let's just hop into a game and see if we can do this without running into network trouble. Sorry, I'm chewing on ice. Suppose it is worth mentioning, though, even though I turned off DNS Crypt, I'm still not setting the DNS servers to my ISP's servers. I'm sending it through servers that I have in a list in, I believe I set it up in a order of how much logging they claim to make. Although if you don't have DNS Crypt, it kind of doesn't matter, because people can still man in the middle attack, and even with DNS Crypt, maybe some state organizations, governments probably could do a man in the middle of attack and decrypt where you're going. But I am not actively trying to foil the FBI or CIA. I'm just trying to actively foil the ISPs from making super cookies and putting advertising and tracking where you're going for their capitalistic greed. Yeah. At this point, I will say, as far as Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, I am kind of spinning in the mud, as it were. Like, you see these decks that have like a lot of different synergies to summon Blue Eyes White Dragons on their first turn, second turn, and unless I just get really lucky and can summon this guy, spend 2,000 to kill everything and destroy his strategy, game is over next turn. And I don't... It's not like you're really earning packs, which that is what's sorely missing here. Is that if you could really... stop giving me solo missions, because there should be a way to opt out on solo missions. There's no reason to play solo missions once you've done them all. And the motivation for doing solo missions should not be part of the daily quest. It should just be 100% focused on the idea of ranked play. And then B, if you can make ranked play actually reward people in a much better way. With actual packs of cards instead of an occasional single card. You're not even, I think, getting 3 copies of a single card when you're rewarded with it. Or you get legacy packs that give you 2 copies of cards. So my hope here is just that these 4 cards he's got can't beat my strategies. In the next couple turns. But it sort of boils down to simple math. If he has a 1 or 2 turn win and I have a 3 or 4 turn win deck, then more often than not I will lose. Let's see, do we have anything else that I need to specifically talk about? Well, this Friday, since I'm starting earlier and streaming earlier, we will have to run my macro, which also ran perfectly fine. I'm gonna just constantly call the macro even though it's a program. So I will have to rerun it and at the end, and we'll have to catch up. But I can tell you, I already can tell that this is going to be one of those weekends where they have piled all of the anime games, all the adult games together. So we'll be covering a lot of that, which is always kind of a fun distraction between the garbage games. But yeah, 4,000 attack, 4,000 attack, 3,500 attack. So even being able to destroy all of his blue eyes white dragons the first time, he still had plenty of cards. So yeah, ideally you would want to get a little bit more points than 400 to get prizes, or just a smaller requirement to get prizes. Or, you know, they could basically leave the numbers the same, although I would probably want to tweak them a little bit. But I would want to have better rewards. And then what you're earning here, whatever this 400 is, as a duel score, doesn't seem like an actual currency. It is technically like a third currency, but it's hidden in this single screen. It doesn't seem like it's directly connected to your level in XP, which probably should just be connected that way. But yeah, we just had a full game with no network trouble whatsoever. And I've streamed now for 15 minutes and not had a single drop frame. So clearly something is different. Moving on, apparently there is this YouTube Works Awards that I've never even heard of this. I assume these are some of these category awards that they're going to try to give themselves or give to YouTubers for doing things that YouTube thinks are good. There's like a category for breaking barriers, creating innovation, an underdog, and media innovation, action driver, and brands as creators. Brands as creators definitely does not seem like the rest of these awards, and clearly it's a indication how YouTube is all around the idea of advertising, big screen, big results, and Grand Prix. Fairly generic terms. See if we can recognize any of these people who are voting. Well, none of them are being listed as working at YouTube, which I guess that starts in one way. But then you have like the CMO of Hershey, which giving away a good works award when you have somebody that works at Hershey or Procter & Gamble, both of which are companies that I vaguely recall had their own problems of doing evil in the world, is kind of ironic. I think Omnicrom may also have had some stories, some of these other companies I don't even recognize. In a lot of ways, though, this is just same old, like YouTube is going to, through their cronies, which that's all I can call the judges, pick the winners and losers, and they are just effectively patting themselves in the back, and that there are people of differing opinions that would potentially feel like they were doing good things too, and then those people who have the wrong opinions according to Google would never, or according to YouTube, would never even be considered. And then most small-time content creators would never ever be considered for any kind of awards. Here I'm looking at the winners, and the first 2021 winners, so last year's winners, was this Match.com advertisement, which was kind of poorly timed because you have here Darkness from the movie Legend being not played by Tim Curry as it originally was, because Tim Curry around this time had died, and he definitely was particularly sick at that time. The next one you have M&M's. So these are really big name like really big names companies that are winning these awards. Like, this is a Comedy Central advertisement that they're giving the awards to. Here's Adobe advertisement. And then Game Theory giving a $1 million challenge for St. Jude. Of course, I haven't paid much attention to Game Theory since they're kind of like hot take on the idea of video games are bad because they sometimes make you play as Nazis in World War II games, and they didn't ask for your explicit consent to play, to whether you wanted to play as a Nazi in a World War II game, and that's was just a ridiculous argument, because yeah, you did give your explicit consent to pretend to be either the Axis or the Allies forces in a World War II game when you bought a World War II game. Like, sure, I might be a little bit peeved if I was playing a game and then all of a sudden, if I was playing Minecraft and then all of a sudden it drastically changed and I was playing as a Nazi in Minecraft. But also, you really can't complain about that, because when you agree to consume any form of art, and if we are going to make the video games or art argument, or any form of media in general, you're agreeing to go on that ride up until the second you decide not to go on that ride, because it's not like you're strapped down to a chair. It's not like they glued a controller in your hand. The second you are uncomfortable with any game, you can stop the game and stop seeing it, and stop playing it. And up until that point, you actively started the game, you gave consent. It's hardly like it's a commercial being thrown in the middle of a video that you didn't want to see or didn't agree to. Which arguably, if we're going to talk about people forcing people to experience things, commercials are way, way more offensive. Because commercials in particular are wasting your time and wasting your brain power and your brain space, intruding upon you and literally trying to brainwash you into buying something. Which, yeah. It would be nice if more people realized that commercials and advertisers don't have a right to your brain space, your mind, your time. But yeah, to get back to this, I have wondered if these awards were just created because on rare occasions there is a YouTuber that does something big to get a whole bunch of views, and they happen to be successful enough that they can actually back it up and it doesn't just immediately look like a scam. But I am almost certain in the case of like the Game Theory's $1 Million Challenge that Game Theory probably has a production company behind him. He probably isn't really a small independent creator or even a big independent creator. And a lot of these giveaways and events are done through getting other people, smaller people, to donate money. Games Done Quick, for example, is kind of a great example of that, where very little of the money that comes in from Games Done Quick. If anything, Games Done Quick is probably getting some standard amount of kickbacks from donations. You see, we have like a GoDaddy ad also getting an award, a Oklahoma Tourism also getting an award. So these are awards specifically about advertising, and then they've just thrown in one feel-good event, one feel-good award. And that definitely feels like for 2022 exactly the same thing when you look at these categories, is that almost certainly all these awards are just going to be big name advertisers giving themselves awards, or it is pathetic, but sadly how the world has been set up, that advertising companies are so cronyistic that they have to they demand that they get a award and get patted on the back, and that somebody just effectively circle jerks them, just so that they keep on doing business. But yeah, like that is cronyism, and that is big business, is that you're whining and dining and circle jerking people, and you're always just smiling through your teeth and flattering them with gifts and things, and rewards and pointless accolade. There's a word for it. It's pious, although pious often is from the idea of being religious, but yeah, it's a vanity, it's a piousness that really should not exist in anyone, because these are kind of just like useless unhealthy mentalities. Yep. I didn't even have a power outage. I should mention that too, is that I did not even have like a power outage. So it was fairly light snow for me, at least. Moving on, Insider has this exclusive saying Google is trying to salvage its failing Stadia game service with a new focus on striking deals with Peloton, Bungie, and others under the brand Google Stream. Like, it does seem to me like this is probably going to be the end of Google Stadia, which, yeah, that is definitely believable. I can't scroll down any further though, so I don't think I'll be using Insider as a source ever again. Twitter gaming still showing itself to be completely out of touch. Here they've tweeted an hour ago going for gold and showing Mario and Sonic at the Olympics, a game that nobody is really talking about or playing at the moment. And like, it's not like the Olympics are particularly happening anytime quite yet. Plus it's the like Mario and Sonic at the Olympics was for like the Japanese Olympics, and the next Olympics is in China, and most people are probably not going to be particularly enthusiastic. A lot of countries are boycotting the Chinese Olympics and mad at China for arguably legitimate reasons. I have no idea who this character even is, as I barely recognize this character. I couldn't name her. And then 17 hours ago, they're tweeting people who are getting tattoos of video game companies. They're retweeting that, and that seems like that's a dangerous thing to probably wouldn't want to retweet, encouraging people to get video game tattoos. But yeah, Twitter gaming pretty much consistently out of touch with the what the gaming community, which is fine, I suppose, because I think Twitter is pretty much coming close to being done with. What's interesting here is Second Dinner has started to list their jobs on LinkedIn, whereas before they were not listing jobs in LinkedIn, and they were listing it somewhere else. So that's different, and now they're looking for a senior technical artist in Irvine, California, which, yeah, that seems like they might be working their way towards speeding up production of their card game, their Marvel card game. It doesn't give you the indication particular that that they are like in negotiation with Microsoft to be reacquired by Activision Blizzard. So there was some slight thought maybe that would turn into the Second Dinner and Bin Road would just go back to working for Activision Blizzard, and once they're acquired by Microsoft, and that still could certainly happen, but it's kind of hard to think it would, really, because there's just a lot of other once you leave a job, there's kind of this wave of relief that usually falls over people, at least in my experience. That's how it's been, where you are you're just never going to want to go backwards and take a job again. Like one of the jobs I worked that was particularly awful, like I've thought, yeah, now in the modern day, if there was a little bit more remote work, I could have probably avoided some of the jerk coworkers, bosses I had, and stayed at that job for maybe a few more months. Honestly, it wouldn't have changed much, because at the end that job, then the entire business went out of business effectively. So had I stayed till the last dying day, it probably would have just gotten worse and worse, and I still would have been fired as along the lines of everyone else who was laid off, fired when the business went out of business. But yeah, I definitely was swimming in a wave of relief when I stopped working at that job and moved on to the next job. And I just would never want to go back. Like, sure, being a YouTuber is not a financially successful career, or arguably maybe not a job at all, since it's not really paying, but it is something I still want to do way more than anything else I've thought about. And it is really a want, because there are things I could probably do that would pay more, or pay something. There are things I'd like to do that would pay a lot more, but I wouldn't like to do them more than being a YouTuber. So, yeah, YouTube still feels like the only option or best option at the moment. Second Dinner also has a site reliability engineer job. I've now cleaned up LinkedIn to look a little bit better. It's kind of funny here that the way they're describing this at the very beginning, it jumped down to the bottom, is hard at work on a still secret but super fun Marvel game. Okay, so they are saying it's Marvel game. The site reliability engineer job might be an indication that the actual, how do I put it? It might be that there will be an actual like web-based app version of the game instead of a mobile app version of the game. If that's the case, then I really have to question whether this Marvel game might be very visually poor. Elden Ring has done the very standard male armor versus female armor here. They're talking about a vagabond, a knight exiled from their homeland to wander, a solid armor-clad origin, or hero, a stalwart hero at home with a battle axe, descended from a Badlands chieftain. And then this is the standard cliche, and I feel like this is kind of a Japanese thing in particular, like where guys tend to be just completely covered from every inch of their body is covered with the exception of the lower half of their eyes. You can't even see their eyes and their nose, and it's even covering up the mouth here. And then you have the female warrior where the hands are exposed, the arms are exposed, the midriff is exposed, the chest, upper chest is exposed. Most of her face is exposed except for she's wearing a hat, I suppose, to cover her hair, and just the very top of her eyebrows and her eyes. Yeah. And I can't help but point out here that you tend to see more skin even in most modern hentai anime porns than this for the males. There are definitely ones out there where the male is completely in shadow, completely not shown. It's fairly common not to show the eyes of a male in an anime, Japanese porn, animated porn. It's fairly common even in live action Japanese porn not to show the eyes, but this seems like this is a decision from somebody who has either a very specific fetish or is thinking 10, 20 years in the past as far as, hey, we can have a little bit more equality here, show off a little bit more muscles and skin. These are supposed to be strong warrior characters, and when I look at the vagabond, he doesn't look strong because he's got all this leather armor that doesn't really accentuate any muscles. There's no muscle ridges drawn in on the armor, so he just kind of looks like a scrawny person covered up, whereas you see shadowing and muscles here, and you see shadowing and muscles here, and that helps indicate if these characters are supposed to be strong, that they feel like they're strong. So yeah, I'd almost call this a fetish design, kind of a poor design for the needs of the game, which is you're going to want to show all the heroes strong as a way of making the player feel strong. And since Elden Ring is basically a Dark Souls game, like, you're either going to want to show all the characters as warriors and focus on warriors, and maybe at that point not bother to even show any skin, or show skin more evenly. I think for Elden Ring you might want to just have everybody be armor clad and really strong looking. Although it probably would be a slight improvement to the Dark Souls series if there were more interesting looking enemies and characters you could play as, and there was more of a romance or at least enticing looking characters that actually stick around. I know in Dark Souls there was like this spider lady who was topless, I think, but she was just a boss lady and you saw her for like half a second. I know there was this giant, like, godlike creature that had a big cleavage. They would talk to you, but then almost everybody else in Dark Souls was either a giant wolf or a giant monster or skeleton. There wasn't a lot of human element or relatable elements otherwise in Dark Souls, and I think that was kind of intentional. A lot of the story and backstory seem to be hard to come by in Dark Souls, so maybe you would have could have a little bit more of that in Elden Ring. It seems like they might be trying to go in that direction. Of course, it would be kind of funny if it turns out Elden Ring comes out and it's just so chock full of dialogue and conversation that Dark Souls players can't handle it. Remember that Dark Souls' most familiar line of dialogue is a character saying praise the sun and basically nothing else. The story is completely forgettable. Moving on, PlayStation VR 2 now has a web page up, which, okay. These wrist guards on the controllers, I think, will probably be the new standard, is that they're just going to stop people from bumping their hands into things, although arguably maybe this is a mistake, because then you're just going to bump this into things. I would almost wonder if there might be some technology in this plastic that is sensing whether you're opening or closing your hands, your fingers, but you really can't let go of the device, otherwise it's just going to hang down on the wrist strap. Which, yeah, really what you want is a glove. A glove with maybe a dummy controller that you're holding on to otherwise, but like, ideally you would want a glove and then a collection of like toys, whether it's a toy gun for most games, toy handgun, or maybe a toy bat-like object, stick-like object, and then the glove will sense what your fingers are doing, and whatever you have in front of you is just going to feel somewhat like what the object you're seeing is. And at a certain point you might just have a table in front of you that lets you pick up different items for different sequences and switch between guns and bats and knives and things like that. Round rock objects. And at a certain point you would get rid of the objects completely and you would just have a force feedback in a glove that would like inflate the glove and make it feel like you're actually holding something, and that would be the better solution. This guy's playing fairly slowly. And I've noticed a couple people on their side have had network trouble, but I'm not seeing it on my side. Seems somewhat impromptu, but 9 hours ago, TT Games says accessibility in games is important and we try to provide an experience that everyone will enjoy. Taming gaming book and database. Which is apparently a lighthearted, informative guide to gaming for parents who'd rather lock it all in a cupboard. They had some kind of article around accessibility. I think you're pretty much coming from a very bad position if you're admitting I just don't want kids these days to play video games at all. Like that's a really restrictive, crazy position, and if you have that position, you probably are not willing to even take the first step to follow a Twitter feed. In all fairness, people who probably don't want kids to play any kinds of video games at all also probably don't use Twitter. And the overlap, I would imagine, is pretty high. Now, in all fairness, I will to Taming Gaming, which is not a terrible URL website address. There is just a massive amount of games that are rated mature and very few kid games out there. So I understand the desire to try and find the right games for kids that are age appropriate, but yeah, what the way they describe themselves is basically saying they are the type of people, or they are trying to attract an audience of people who write off entire categories of things. Sadly, there apparently was a book burning in Tennessee this either today or a few days ago, which, like, yeah, that's pretty bad for any society when you're literally having book burnings. And people who would do that are pretty much unreachable. Like, there's not going to be a compromise or a middle ground or anything along that line. Those people have made up their mind, and you can just hope that they die out. That's about it. And then even in saying that, I am writing off those people, but what can you do? Like, bring that back. And then activate this. I definitely have to question, and instead of like speculating completely, let's just go to Taming Gaming and check it out for ourselves. I have to definitely question though whether TT Games is serving the video game community well by giving, oh, I hate to say a platform, but by retweeting this website or giving an article to this website. I will say that this Shows a mother playing games with her kids, I would assume, unless this is supposed to be an older sister. And here's the accessibility report. And when they talk about accessibility, they do talk about difficulty, which seems not to be accessibility, onboarding or getting started, reading, navigation, controls, visuals, and audio, which some of those are more legitimate accessibility issues than others in my book. Let's see. Special summon this. Drop that one. Face up. And we'll draw a card. Activate its ability to attack a second time. Go here, here, and that should be it. Yeah, we've been able to play for nearly an hour now with not a single network problem. It's just... You see, when you rank up here, you tend to always get a reward of something. Although that was not really a lot. Alright, so this taming gaming, you can toggle on automatic health health recovery, fall recovery, and aim assist. Are these... But are these going to be extras, or that you have to unlock, or are they just saying you get those at the beginning? Because this might be telling you things that about the Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga that they haven't even told. They have it as PEGI 7, so they're mentioning the PEGI instead of the ESRB rating. So this almost feels like a UK site. There are in-app purchases. According to this, it's for a skill rating of 8+ years old is what they're saying. I've never seen an aim assist, but you've never really needed it in the Lego game, but it does kind of feel like automatic health recovery and fall recovery may just be by default unlocked, which definitely would be a change to how the Lego video games have played in the past. You can opt to aim with toggle rather than hold. You can opt to autocomplete quick time events. Interesting. This is a very flashy website, and it definitely feels like it's being designed to advertise to kids going to the website versus adults going to the website, whereas I would say you probably want the exact opposite type of website. If I was an adult and I was trying to read this, having white on this lighter green background is actually hard to see. Like, I would prefer just a standard website of white on black or black on white. Like, I don't know if I need advertisements to other games, but maybe that's somewhat helpful. I don't know if you need to completely scroll down here. either. Like, this is a really long article. There's a newsletter, a blog, find positive games, play these first. Alright, so let's check out what play these first are. Gaming 101, action games, big budget games, creative games. Alright, let's see what this list is. Your first video game. Let's see what they suggest there. That's probably better. Okay, I've never heard of this game. Oh, Wilmot's Warehouse is a very simplistic, like, puzzle game, but definitely not what I would consider a good first pick for video games. Then you have a game here, Florence, that in the screenshot alone you have people in bed together, naked, and it's a romance game. That seems like an odd choice. Then you have That Dragon Cancer, which is barely a video game in the first place, and about a kid dying of cancer, a baby dying of cancer. Definitely not one I'd suggest. Thomas is Alone, I think, is a fairly brutal platforming game. Mini Metro is a very like contemplative game, puzzle game that probably isn't really for 10 plus years old. Alto's Odyssey, I don't know. Townscaper, I don't know. Firewatch, not really something I would immediately suggest either. So here's the thing, is that clearly these lists are being either made by parents or being made by other people that just don't know. Like, none of these are what you would say somebody should play first if they were just a kid learning to play video games. Age of Empires is a ridiculously complicated real-time strategy game. You would not have anybody start playing video games that way. So these just people don't know what they're talking about. Obviously you don't start kids off on these types of games. You start them off on simple things. Tetris, for instance, would be what you would start. There's a whole search category here. The idea of potential addiction. The phrase addiction is totally wrong. You cannot be chemically addicted to doing something you like because you're not chemically you're not adding chemicals to your brain. Yes, when you like something, your brain creates chemicals like dopamine, and that's that feel-good feeling, but it doesn't cause your brain to stop creating those chemicals if you stop playing video games, and you don't go into withdrawal from chemicals like dopamine when you're doing that. Unless you want to try and make a ridiculous argument that depression is the withdrawal from the feel-good chemicals of dopamine. And if that's the case, then what you're basically saying is that if you take video games away from some kids, they'll become depressed, and that means they're addicted, which, if you're that terrible of a parent, your kids are probably destined to be depressed anyways. Inherently, this is very much like the wives diagnosing their husbands with sex addiction, which again, you cannot really be addicted to sex. You can only be addicted to chemicals, alcohol, and other drugs. You can be addicted to over-the-counter prescription drugs too, because those are chemicals actually being added to your body, chemistry that then your body becomes dependent on. Any other form of addiction that is mentioned is being used inaccurately as a descriptor. Now, is there scenarios where kids are going to want to play more video games than their parents want them to? Absolutely. Almost every single parent will experience that. Do kids have poor time management skills? Absolutely. Most people have poor time management skills. Do kids have poor decision making abilities? Absolutely. But that's not addiction. That's just the kids learning to handle their own schedule and learn how to just manage their own life in a healthy and hopefully healthy and balanced way. Video game violence is as bad as violence as it's depicted anywhere else. Gambling concerns is a big concern with all the microtransactions, certainly, and that is a conversation the parents have to have with kids today that they didn't have to have in previous decades. When you were playing an NES game, there really wasn't a major concern of gambling. Maybe some kids would do side bets while playing video games, or maybe they would be playing poker on some like PC game in 20 years ago for fake money. But now with microtransactions and loot boxes, gambling is a conversation and concern. Stranger danger, like the concept of stranger danger in general is actually a fallacy. You're much more likely to be assaulted physically or sexually or kidnapped as a child by someone you know versus a stranger. Most kids are not so stupid that if a random weirdo person walked up to them on the street that they would go with them. There is not a lot of scenarios where people are just driving up to kids and snatching them and throwing them into white vans, as it's often misrepresented in TV. People have been trained to expect reality to match the fiction that is shown in TV far too much, and it just doesn't happen that way. Like, the concept of stranger danger was always a flawed concept. It has done almost certainly more harm than good, because it allowed bad people to say, well, we're not strangers, I'm your priest. Like, you know me, thus you should trust me, thus I can molest you. Like, just to use an example, I don't know what to do here. Guess we go ahead and just special summon this here. There is a better conversation certainly to have with kids. Like, unlike the video game addiction conversation, which doesn't need to exist at all, the stranger danger conversation should evolve into a critical thinking conversation. That kids should be taught to question everything, and the good news is that most kids are naturally good questioners and will question everything until they're taught not to. But they should be taught to have critical thinking skills and question everything and think about what the intentions of other people are and why would they be doing something nice for you. Why would they have a reason to do something negative for you? Is it a good idea to take a risk and do something or not. Not very much of that has actually to do with video games, though. There is in video games a conversation about, hey, voice chat is usually pretty toxic. I hate to use that word, but yeah, voice chat usually sucks. You should only talk to your friends on voice chat because you just won't have fun. And most games that have voice chat are also not age appropriate for kids to be playing anyways. There's actually very, very few games out there that are targeting young kids, or that young kids should be playing, that also have any kind of voice chat. Like, you have examples like Splatoon, where it's a highly curated, you can put up a message for other people to see experience, and that's about it. Like, kids shouldn't be playing things like Call of Duty, where the really hostile conversations are happening. There is, ironically, here on this Family Video Games database, which I guess I'm doing a site review here, a health advice that is totally missing, and that's adult games, which really there should just be a category here going adult games ? Since these are just, I assume these are question marks. Actually, they don't actually look like question marks. There's some weird font, but there should be a talk and a conversation to say, hey, adult games do exist. They're a lot harder to find. You're not likely to find too many unless you look on the Nintendo eShop. You're not going to find any in the store for the Switch. But, like, sure, Bayonetta as a series or No More Heroes as a series are kind of highly sexual charged. Most of the people that would go to this website are going to be more conservative on that category. And it does seem odd. Here you can see that they are labeling games as just PlayStation games, Nintendo games, Xbox games. They're not even talking about PC games. Here's a curated list for games for education. Let's see if maybe we can agree with that. They're apparently pointing out Minecraft. But then this one seems like they're including Life is Strange under photography. Plague Tale Innocence, not something I'd really suggest. Journey is kind of a decent game for little kids. I would think that's playable. But then The Last Guardian is kind of a difficult game. Everyone's Gone to the Rapture, Uncharted 4, Last of Us Part 2. They really are just all over the place as far as age ratings. And then again, they're talking about Firewatch. There's probably very few games in this database, and none of them are below a AA standard by how I would call them. You're not seeing any real indie games people haven't heard of, or single A efforts. Control, yeah, The Good Life is a terrible game. Tomb Raider series. Yeah, it does seem like their lists here are just awful. And if it were my passion, I could certainly make a better website than this as far as making a database. This database doesn't seem like it actually has that many games they really are talking about. Like, I would almost want to make an extension for a website like this too, where it could tell like what websites on Amazon or GameStop, what games you're looking at, and it could pop up reviews and give you the information as you're shopping, instead of having people come to this website and be told a lot of bad information. Like, because this is just not good. And notice how the ESRB rating is missing, and notice how there's not there's not really sorry, I'm there's not really a good way to browse here outside of their lists. I was trying to see if we could browse games and just get a general number. Yeah. Let's see, Nintendo games here. Seems like they're top favorites. We're gonna finally be able to do something. About to lose anyways. Might as well just surrender. Like, a site like this probably is for preschoolers ages 2 to 4 and kindergartners. The Nintendo Switch grid here apparently has 770 games in it. But actually trying to find or see all of those games is just an awful system here, where you just would have to go load more. Yeah, this is really, really bad. Like, and then you have this like content warning popping up for the video game website, as if kids would be going to this website. Yep, they're really confused here as to who their target audience is. I have no idea why you'd want to sign in for this. Suffice it to say, though, there's room to potentially make a website like this, and the ESRB probably should make a website like that they advertise fairly heavily, maybe as part of their ESRB logo on every game under like teen. They just immediately direct parents to their own website where they can do a better job at reviewing games. A lot of mainstream video game journalists who are reviewing games are at the age where they'd be having kids or already have kids, so it wouldn't be terrible for some of them to transition over to running a website and making a better database, a better curated experience. The ESRB almost certainly would just have the game developers themselves review their games and put them in what category they want to put them in. So there is maybe some value in an independent site outside of the control of the USRB or PEGI or Zero, which is the Japanese website. Like, a website like that also certainly is not addressing the sense and sensibility differences between different countries. Like, there's no talk there whatsoever about, hey, this game has group bathing because it's a Japanese game, and in Japan it is very traditional and normal to have group bathing between the same genders, or group bathing between family members of different genders. And so you shouldn't overreact to that and think that that's something that on. In all fairness, even in the Western world, up to a certain age, which it's the same in Japan, it's not uncommon for family members to be bathed together, really young kids to be bathed together, even of different genders. It's just that that's not particularly ever depicted as a normal family life. Normal family life in general is not depicted in the West. See, draw a card or destroy a card on the field. Let's go ahead and draw one card and we'll risk it. So that would want to be something I would want to cover too and mention if I was going to make a website like that. I don't know why I would make a website like that though. It in a funny way is better to just have parents that are checked out, because effectively there is a large overlap of parents who are mentally checked out and just don't care what games they're playing, and parents who would just want to reject games in general as being all bad. It's the same mentality. It's just implemented in a different way. Like, ideally you want all parents to be very engaged, and I've gone on a bit of a rant here, but it's a good rant to have, a good conversation certainly to have. But ideally you would want parents to be engaged, know what games they're playing, be within earshot of kids playing games and listening to how the kids are reacting. Are they getting frustrated, yelling, cussing? Or are they having fun? Or are they sharing and taking turns if they have friends or siblings? Those are all things that parents have to actively be engaged in as part of parenting, and parenting is hard. Certainly, I'm not going to argue with that, but that's what you signed up for by having kids, whether you knew it or not. Let's see. Let's see if we can pull this out. Bring this up. And we definitely don't want kids, or we don't want parents to be checked out and just say, well, video games are forbidden and we're just not going to let any of them ever exist. Or, I don't care what video games my kid plays, so here, go ahead and play this Grand Theft Auto 6, 5-year-old. And so I would probably want to go from that perspective and have a website that more was around the idea, and probably even the name, of informed gaming, informed parenting. Although informed parenting is perhaps a very ambitious website title, because you would not want to just touch on video games, then you would want to touch on a lot of aspects. Like informed gaming Informed gaming for parents, so IGFP would probably be a really nice short website to have, igfp.com, if you could get that URL. Or you play with the words a little bit more, and parents information for gaming, PIFG, something like that. You get dangerously close to spelling pig. Parents of gamers. There I got a gold box reward, and all it gave me was 10 crystals. The rewards here are pathetically low. You really would have to play a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel to try to get enough credits to get enough cards. One of the guys that works at Cyan is the creative director, Eric A. Anderson, tweeted out that the Humble Miss Bundle generated over 20,000 bucks for a great charity, and there's still more than a week to go, which I guess that's something worth praising and mentioning. According to VideoGamesChronicle.com, which we haven't even gotten to these stories, the actual video game news stories I was going to talk about today. The U.S. government is seeking a 5-year jail term for Nintendo hacker Gary Bowser. He's also been hit with fines of $15 million. This is, in my opinion, part of the problem of governments protecting corporations and criminalizing things that should be civil-only crimes. Like, I generally do not believe that government should be putting people behind bars unless they are an actual physical threat to people. Not corporations, which aren't really people, but physical threats to real people. Yes, people who assault people, rape people, murder people should probably be behind bars. Depends a lot on the unique specific scenario there, but more than likely should be behind bars. But somebody who's just stealing copyright things, that's why we have civil courts. That's why we have lawsuits. That's why we made the split between, oh, that was a really dumb move on my part, civil and criminal court. And the idea of criminalizing actions that aren't physically hurting people is kind of terrible. Like, arguably, even like speeding should, I think in most people's mind, be a civil crime, because it effectively is just a civil crime anyways, because you just get speeding tickets. Very, very few people speed so excessively to the point where they should be thrown in jail. I mean, you'd have to be going 100 in a 20 before there would be a real consideration that somebody is just being like wildly dangerous. And even in that scenario, there is a high chance of somebody speeding hurting another actual human being, where parking fines probably are a better example. Parking in the wrong place is not going to really hurt anybody, not any real legitimate scenario. And yet parking tickets and speeding tickets are treated as criminal and given, frankly, special elevated consideration amongst the courts. Let's see. Can this not be destroyed? Hmm. 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 Let's see. Looks like I'm gonna lose here. But yeah, regardless of my own personal opinion, which that this seems really stupid, the government is trying to crack down on this guy. Which, yeah. I can't really, I haven't followed this case greatly, so maybe there was something, yeah, part of the reason here in the quote is, the reason we're going for a 60-month sentence is the need for the sentence to reflect the seriousness of the offense, which honestly is not that serious, to promote the respect for the law, which shouldn't be respected, and to provide just punishment for the offense, which is not true in my opinion, to afford adequate deterrence to criminal conduct, which it definitely won't do, and to avoid unwarranted sentence disparities. So basically, they've gotten away with over-sentencing people, and over-sentencing in the United States is a big problem in general. But yeah, that is very much what a prosecution lawyer would say, is that here's as many things we can throw against the wall to justify going for as high. And certainly I could do baseless speculations to say maybe he didn't roll over on other people and testify to get a shorter sentence. And they're trying to throw the book at him. But I have no real evidence that that is the case. Meanwhile, people who are going to download ROMs are still going to download ROMs. And frankly, the economy is so bad for so many people in the United States, being thrown in jail for 5 years and getting guaranteed work/slavery and guaranteed food, even if it's garbage, and guaranteed room, even if it's a cell, is at least some guarantees that a lot of people don't have in the United States and other parts of the world too. Right. It also certainly, I think, highlights the disconnect between prosecutors who are probably a little bit older and out of touch with what reality is as far as how video games and ROMs are actually looked upon by most people, and it is just another example of bad PR for Nintendo. Like, Nintendo may get one person in jail for 5 years, but they're getting way worse press. And although Nintendo, like, to steal the phrase, Nintendo is Nintendo, and Nintendo is probably the second worst as far as video game companies. Like, it was just a couple days ago that Nintendo came out looking like the bad guy once again by copyright striking a YouTuber's channel that had a whole bunch of Nintendo soundtracks in it. even when that is a pretty open and shut case of them being in the right. It's them acting on their rights or to protect their rights still makes them look bad and still hurts them more than it actually helps them. Moving on. I should probably hurry up today just because I'm going to end up running out of breath. Rockstar has said that active development on the next GTA is well underway. It's had already been kind of hinted at or said. There is really no questions. What this news coming out, though, kind of pushes into the forefront is that almost everybody at Rockstar is probably working on GTA 6 at this point. So GTA Online is probably not going to get much fixed or addressed with it. Red Dead Online is not going to get anything fixed or addressed with it. They're probably going to have third-party companies or a very small team working on the re-release, remastered, definitive editions of the Rockstar trilogy. In a lot of ways, this is just a almost distraction technique to try and make people forget how bad their support for their online games and their re-release of the trilogy has been. And there's as much reason to suspect that the next GTA game will barely be an improvement over the last GTA game, because they've only mentioned a couple things that they've actually committed to adding to the next GTA game. Yeah. And in a more general way, I would say it is very possible that GTA as a concept is just past its prime and you can't capture that lightning in a bottle again. It may be that video gamers have just moved past a generic crime simulation game and want more in their game than just playing as a generic stereotype of a gangster. I'm starting to get a crick in my neck, so I'm putting this neck pillow I got on. I think I probably do just have absolute awful posture and lean in one direction versus the other. Anyways, we were trying in the last stream to look at Dying Light Stay Human on OpenCritic. We can now see it. It did get it to load. It says the top critic average is giving it about a 77. Critics that recommend it are 71%. So OpenCritic's rating is giving it a strong. Day one patch, I think, affected a lot of people's feeling on it. GameSpot here giving it a 6 out of 10. Several other people giving it just 7s out of 10s. PC Gamer giving it kind of a high review. They say it has significant technical and narrative issues. And then they mentioned the parkour and satisfying combat again. I watched a video of Jeff Gersman from Giant Bomb playing it and just being completely uninterested in playing it, which honestly, if anything, is probably a prime example of how a lot of mainstream video game critics play games. And that is in part why I like to do these long plays and show the full process, because you may hear exhaustion in my voice, or I may just fully admit that I'm tired of playing a game like Fallout 3. I'm probably 100 hours plus into Fallout 3, and there's some exhaustion there at the 70-80 hour mark, but up until that point it's usually fairly smooth sailing, and even when I am exhausted in the game, I actually play it, and I don't normally adopt just such a negative attitude that it becomes a chore or a job to cover a game. Whereas I think a lot of mainstream video game journalists, Jeff Grossman particularly while playing Daylight, to show how they definitely consider it a chore and a job, and technically it is a chore in their job, but they definitely have too high of a disdain. So I also wanted to mention I downloaded, I hope I got all of it, the Resident Evil 4 HD project, which is 18 2GB zipped files that are split up. So you're talking, let's see, 36 gigs for the higher resolutions. This, I also want to warn you, this automated installation that I tried to download, there was a file in that came up as a virus according to Windows Defender. Now, Windows Defender sometimes calls things viruses when they really aren't, or potentially unwanted programs when they really aren't, but it did remove that, and I think I downloaded Mirror 1, so I'd say be very careful about trying to use the automated installer. You don't really need the automated installer anyways, you can just follow the manual installation. And I definitely now have a much better reason to go and play, to now go back and play Fallout 4. Although it will be a very weird situation, because I will effectively be playing a modded version of Fallout 4 and talking it from that perspective and playing the game. It's kind of hard to criticize the game's visuals when you're not even looking at the visuals of the original version of Fallout 4. But so I would have to start that whole series going, hey, you've heard of Fallout 4. I've talked about Fallout 4 as one of my favorite games. You should probably go play Fallout 4. What I'm playing here is a mod on top of the executable of Fallout 4, so the gameplay feeling and the general story will be the same, but the visuals in particular will be different and improved. And so that will be an odd thing for me to cover, because I don't cover modded games per se. Like, most mods are just adult mods that YouTube would not consider family friendly anyways. I heard about a Darkest Dungeon mod, for instance, that came out this week, where it adds a basically bondage sex slave girl as one of the characters in Darkest Dungeon, which, yeah, while that did look kind of funny, also was very thematically disconnected, and it was just like one character or character class, where you would probably want to mod all the character classes into different art if you were going to do something like that. Back when I was playing Hearthstone, there was an adult mod that changed all the cards to have like nudity and adult images, which I thought that was kind of funny too. Usually these mods like that are pretty useless, but if you're playing a card game and you want to see nudity, if that's your desire, if you're if it's age appropriate for you. I'm not going to blame you for doing the thing you want to do or liking the thing you want to like. Particularly when you're playing a card game for a long time, certainly wanting to see things, wanting to spruce up the visuals is understandable. I've lost here. But then there is still reasons to play cards. Let's see. Moving on, Video Games Chronicles says EA's boss thinks Battlefield 2042 will do really well over the course of time. I think we talked about that. Yeah, some of these news stories I think are repeats. EA is not currently focused on NFTs. Sony has shipped 17.3 million PS5 consoles as of the end of 2021. Sony has 10 live service games in development. Yeah. Uncharted content may coming to Fortnite. These are all old stories. Godfall's developer is working on a new co-op IP according to job ads. Here's the story. Nintendo Music YouTuber received 4,000 copyright strikes and is closing their channel. Far Cry 6 adding a Rambo mission. These are all old news things, so there must have been something in my macro that reset the news list, which I guess that works fine, because then that means we may actually fulfill the full battle pass at this point. I have no idea when I'm gonna actually find the energy and the time to finish the solo story mode of, oh, I don't even remember, Shadowverse. Yeah, that's the name of the last card game I was playing. Yeah, these are all old stories, but also my live stream crashed the last two, so we might as well mention them. Journey Sky and Edith Finch designers form a fully remote studio called Gardens. Let's see. Video Games Chronicle here, I think, is very much on the outskirt with this hot take. I think they were trying to get some more views, and arguably maybe because it's been such a slow 2022 so far, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see more video game journalists, mainstream video game journalists, try to go for hot takes, try to go for more clickbait than usual, just because they're desperate for views. I really have to point out too, I hate to have to constantly use the phrase mainstream video game journalists. I could just call them video game journalists, but I think that's unfair to small independent video game journalists out there, of which there are a few, and I might even be considered one of them, although I really wouldn't consider myself one of them, because I'm not really seeking out any stories. I'm only just repeating what other people say. But yeah, I hate using that phrase because it does certainly evoke the idea that I'm also using the phrase mainstream media and like dismissing major news sources like the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNN, or even Fox News in favor of people like Alex Jones, which is not true. Although I do, in all honesty, eschew all those news sources too, for the most part, because I've just found it easier in life to be mostly ignorant of 24-hour news cycles and news that's being reported until it shows up on Reddit, and then if it shows up on Reddit, I'll vaguely look it over and just see what people are talking about and then move on with my life. And using Reddit as a news source is pretty bad too, but most news is not worth talking about. That's why I stick to video games. Moving on, Halo Infinite update on seasonal co-op and Forge plans has been delayed. Rockstar's Suicide Squad game has reportedly been delayed to 2023. Yeah, I really still have no idea how this Suicide Squad game was really going to play or work. This is one of those screenshots where they've seemingly intentionally highlighted her butt, although they're not really overemphasizing it too much. But it is a odd screenshot certainly to make. And I would say the Harley Quinn that is being depicted here is going in a much more red and blue theme than I've ever seen any of her outfits, because usually she's more in a red and white outfit or red and black outfit. But yeah, I would definitely have to question how this actual Suicide Squad was going to work with the Justice League being taken over and you being told to kill the Justice League, which that was the subtitle. I have no choice, I have to summon this. And if I have to summon this, then I need to destroy a card on the field. Which will try and destroy this card. There is a problem in particular with Warner Brothers delaying the Suicide Squad game also, in that Warner Brothers may not even be a company as far as Warner Brothers games by the time this releases. So they really need to rush to make sure they have an actual product. Let's do this. Attack here. Activate this. Attack here. Attack here. Twice per turn, this card can't be destroyed by battle. Wow. That is quite a effective card. Let's see. Moving on. Ghostwire Tokyo will be released in March. PlayStation's YouTube channel confirms. This is still Video Games Chronicles. We still got about 10 of this. The Gran Turismo 7 State of Play presentation has either happened or will happen. And Video Games Chronicle says they've got it. Destiny 2 Witch Queen trailer shows off weapon crafting and new exotics for people who would be interested in that. I'm not sure if there really is any real renewed interest in yeah, I would really have to question whether there is a major renewed interest in Destiny now that Sony has started the process of acquiring Bungie. That does seem like a kind of weird position to potentially take, because I don't really have the feeling like Destiny's going to get a whole bunch of new players because of it being acquired, or Destiny's going to get a bunch more funding from Sony and be a better game than it already is. So this guy literally cannot be defeated unless you have 3 people on the field. So I should have done this. Summon this. Sacrifice this. Base up that. This guy is taking a sweet time to think. Go ahead and destroy this card. And go ahead and destroy this card. I could have done that before, then I could have done 2300 damage. The Switch is officially Nintendo's best-selling home console ever. It's eclipsed the Wii's 101 million sales. Which, what's funny from this headline is I would have thought that the NES was still the best-selling console ever. And I would have pretty much forgotten about the Wii. But now that I think about it, yeah, the Wii was almost certainly outsold the NES just because there's more gamers when the Wii came out. And it was such a big deal. So, I would say NES, Wii, and now Switch are going to be touchstone consoles that probably most kids will have played, most kids will have had. Ironically, the Wii was the last Nintendo console that I purchased or owned, and at some point I do want to get a Switch, but it is certainly getting older and older every day. Interestingly, Nintendo's president says it won't join the games industry acquisition arms race. Platformer holder says it's continuing to prioritize organic growth. Nintendo president, the new president, which he's been the president for a couple of years, Shuntaro Furukawa, which I wouldn't have even been able to tell you his name. He almost certainly is coming from a more Japanese perspective of that, because Nintendo of Japan almost certainly would not acquire companies in Europe or in the West. They would acquire only, if they were going to acquire anybody, only Japanese companies. And if they are going to only have to pick Japanese companies from the list of Japanese companies, I don't know how many companies Nintendo really would want to own. Sega is probably about the only one that they would really think about, although if they could get like Square Enix or Capcom, or let's see, who else would you possibly consider? Square Enix, Capcom, Konami. That's pretty much it as far as the list, though. Nintendo is not going to come in there and get some of the smaller companies like NIS or some of the companies that just make visual novels. Nintendo just, I think, does things very differently, and they would probably have a pretty hard time integrating any staff from some other, even Japanese company into their staff. Yeah, I just don't really see that. They could acquire, like, I think it's Mercury Stream, the people that they've done third-party jobs with to make the Metroid games, but then again, Nintendo of Japan doesn't really ever care about the Metroid games, and that's why they go with third-party companies in the first place. There really isn't a game that Nintendo makes and releases that they care about that they've ever had to shop outside of their company, and arguably they don't even care about their first-party titles sometimes, so it wouldn't make a lot of sense for them to acquire new companies because they don't really care too much to make more games. Platinum games might be a consideration, but I think they enjoy the fact that Platinum Games is under a different name and it isn't Bayonetta by Nintendo, since Bayonetta is a more mature game. If I was to put a tinfoil hat on and throw out a conspiracy theory, there is also a possibility that Nintendo doesn't have as much cash as it pretends like it does. They have historically said that they have enough cash to lose money for 100 years. But also I almost tinfoil hat conspiracy again, wonder if a lot of Nintendo's funding actually has come and gone via the Yakuza and the mob, and cash flow might be a lot tighter than they pretend like it is. So if they actually had to cough up cash to buy a company, it might hurt their their financials more than they make out. Also, certainly Nintendo is somewhat tied into the whole Nintendo Land Universal Studios theme park, and that is certainly a default way to go bankrupt, is to accidentally spend all of your money trying to have a theme park. Even Lego had to sell its theme parks a few years back and then bought them back because they were doing financially poor, in part, I'd say, because of them over investing in things that they didn't know anything about. Moving on, WWE's 2K22's latest gameplay deep dive shows improvements. Check that out if you're interested. Nintendo also said that it's interested in NFTs and the metaverse. Quote, "We feel the potential in this area," which, yeah, this again was said in the middle of an investor's call. Pokemon Legends Arceus, by the way, made by the Pokemon Company, which is only in part owned by Nintendo, is seemingly like the best received, best played Pokemon game ever at this point. My only slight concern with Pokemon Legends Arceus is there may not be any actual dungeons or gyms or badges. Like, those concepts may have been thrown out the window. If that's the case, I'm not sure that there's as consistent of a goal in the game. Which that would be a little weird, certainly. Alright. I'm gonna add this monster, and then I'm gonna activate this. Special summon this, sacrificing this. Activate this to return that, and then activate this to stop them from casting a spell on my guy. So we're down to 900. If he can't play anything this next turn, I probably can win. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says Metroid Dread could already be the series' best ever seller. The Switch installment has quickly sold nearly 3 million copies. Yep. Nintendo has reportedly dropped a possible hint at backwards compatibility for its next console. It almost certainly needs that. Like, while the lineup for Switch games isn't huge, it's big enough certainly to definitely give that boost for a Switch 2, and it is basically just mobile games now. They're all running on the same ARM chips. Let's go ahead and attack here. Well, we could still lose, I guess. Still is a possibility. Video Games Chronicle says a third of Sony's $3.6 billion Bungie fee will be used to encourage employees to stay. Employee shareholders will get deferred payments. Well, that's a big difference than a retention bonus, though, and that's what you would assume this would be, is that of the $3.6 billion to purchase Bungie, that it would be a retention bonus, not deferred payments to people who are employee shareholders. Now, maybe at Bungie, all the employees are employee shareholders, but you have to really explain that. There almost certainly is a QA employee, a janitor, somebody, somebody that is not a shareholder that would not benefit from this. And it is further explained here. Approximately 1/3 of the $3.6 billion consideration for the acquisition consists primarily of deferred payments to employee shareholders conditional upon their continued employment and other retention incentives. So they will have some other retention incentives. This is not good financially, and I imagine the shareholders are going to look at it with at least a little bit of a side eye to say, hey, Sony, you're spending this money basically wasting it to to hope that employees will stay working at the job they already have in this economy. Yeah, that seems like a waste. Shareholders will definitely look at it as a waste, whereas maybe Sony and Bungie know that it's not so much a waste, because the argument here is that Bungie is actually a talented group of people that can't just be flippantly replaced. But it's very hard for shareholders to look at employees as anything other than replaceable numbers and unskilled, untalented labor. And that is definitely in part the problem with public companies and allowing companies to publicize, is that the shareholders are these greedy monsters that you really can't even look at them as human, even though they are actually humans, and in most cases. Sometimes they're not, but they act as greedy monsters, so you might as well look at them as greedy monsters, and they look upon employees as numbers and not humans. So turnabout is fair play. Yeah, you only get one card. Just like ridiculously low rewards. And get 2 cards. This is actually a worse reward as a normal card than getting this, which gives you 2 cards. And I did quite a bit here and got quite a lot of score for a very small reward. Moving on, Battlefield 2042's next update will include a refreshed scoreboard, but it's been delayed to March. The latest Horizon Forbidden West trailer shows off activities and challenges. GameStop is launching an NFT marketplace and a $100 million fund for NFT creators. GameStop, see, this is the problem in general with GameStonks in general, and the idea of saving GameStop because it was being shorted by a major financial firm. While I do enjoy, as much as the next anarchist might enjoy, the idea of screwing over financial people who are shorting stocks, GameStop as a company has been absolute garbage for decades, and it's not just like a new group of people came in and tried to ruin it like Toys R Us, although I think it is the exact same Toys R Us people that have come in and taken over some of GameStop. But even before then, GameStop has always been a very anti-consumer shenanigans running company, and I would much prefer for there to be small, either a major national competitor that they would focus on selling video games instead of GameStop come and actually compete with them, or small video game shops actually being a thing. But on the truth is, GameStop is a pawn shop. It's not a video game store. It's a pawn shop that focuses on video games, and most kids don't want to go, or wouldn't be allowed to go, to a regular pawn shop, even when regular pawn shops often do have video games too. So yeah, I don't know how you really fix or compete with GameStop in modern times. It's probably just easier for everything to go digital or everything to be mailed in the mail. Like, since video games very rarely need to be tested out, kids don't care about playing demos or anything like that, and they really don't make a lot of demos anyways. Mailing games in the mail makes a lot of sense, and you probably would have wanted to convert. This is kind of a great example of the size of most GameStop shops too. It's just like 3 walls covered in games and maybe some kiosks to play some games, and that's about it. A lot of pressure to pre-order, a lot of pressure to buy used games and trade in games for a very low price. Like, ideally these would be just run by cities, and these would be libraries where you come in and you rent out a game, check out a game, and then return it. That would be the better system. Or if you must stay within making a profit as a concept, you would probably want to do just a row of like consoles on one wall, maybe some PCs over here, and just turn it into a LAN party game center where people come and play video games. And then if they want to buy a game, you have a little bit of inventory, but you mostly keep everything in like warehouses. In a lot of ways, GameStop is, I think, one of the companies that I think it's one of these companies that really doesn't have a lot of warehousing, and instead tries to keep a lot of its inventory in the stores, which creates a lot of, I imagine, shipping nightmares. But that is also the business practice of Walmart. Like, the Walmart supercenters exist in part because they don't want to have a whole bunch of shipping facilities and warehouses. And instead they just keep things on shelves and let people effectively walk through a fancy looking warehouse. But yeah, I've gone on kind of a side tangent here. The main point to make here certainly is GameStop is not your friend. And the second they wanted to make more money, they've gone down the route of following trends and being greedy. In fact, you can pretty much say that for any company that's actively talking about NFTs, if somebody's talking about the metaverse, if somebody's talking about NFTs, then you know that company A, doesn't really have a solid business plan they trust anymore, and B, they don't really have any trust or business skill anyways, and that they are just trying to cash out. We very possibly are going to see the beginning of the end of a lot of companies where older CEOs are just trying to cash out to fund the last bit of their retirement, and then they're gonna let all these companies burn in flames. Which, that's kind of fine. Like, in the 1800s, there was one general store in the city, and that was pretty much it. You might have a couple other specialized stores, but societies don't have to have a Walmart or a Starbucks on every corner. Societies don't need as many companies as existed. It certainly hurts the idea of everybody potentially being an entrepreneur or having a job, certainly, but if we just embrace universal basic income, it would not be a problem whatsoever for most companies to fall out to completely disappear and not exist. Of course, some jobs will always exist until we can automate everything, but most are fairly redundant, and most are based around very generic consumerism of unnecessary goods. Anyways, I've run out of my allocation of rants today at this point, so I need to hurry up. Epic has filed a trademark for Epic Games Megaverse. I'm about to lose. Windbound will be replacing Yooka-Laylee in the Impossible Lair for the free Epic Games Store title. I do not recognize this game. Interesting. And since we're not having any network trouble at all, it totally is acceptable for me to just hit play and watch this trailer, although I really don't have time for it. So Windbound seems like it's kind of a survival game with a slight emphasis on rafting mechanics also. I kind of have to assume that this game was either really short or broken, and that's the reason why I don't recognize it. It must have been something that I kind of dismissed. Otherwise, this looks like a kind of interesting half raft game and half what would be the other one? Half survival game. Let's see. Just go and set a whole bunch of cards. Video Games Chronicle says Microsoft comments on the acquisition approval, quote, even with Activision Blizzard will be number 3. Which they had already kind of said this, but it is clearly the narrative they're going to push, certainly, is that this acquisition should be approved because we'll be number 3. This is basically the exact same argument that was made between Sprint and T-Mobile, is that when T-Mobile finally managed to acquire Sprint, they definitely put it out on the argument that we would still be a distant third to AT&T and Verizon. And so unless regulators are really going to change their tune, the assumption still very much is that the acquisition will go through. Let's activate this. And then let's activate this. Then we can go ahead and chain and activate this. Putting that in the graveyard was stupid. We also have here Microsoft CEO claims the Activision deal will help it, quote, build the next internet, which is what they keep calling the metaverse. Is going to be this next internet. I definitely feel like the idea of the next internet just being this augmented reality thing where you have avatars is really just dusting off Second Life's ideas from decades ago and really not in any way addressing any technical improvements that the next internet would possibly have. And I just don't see the metaverse coming out and being anything other than these individualized products offered by different companies instead of a group of websites that, like, even the current internet is just constantly shrinking and dying as far as how many different websites people go to. Like, I could probably name maybe a dozen websites that I check on the weekly, and occasionally you'll get a link that sends you somewhere different, but yeah, it's not big. I'm not going to people's personal websites. I'm not going to new places. Most new websites either are scams or look like scams. And so an internet metaverse 2.0 where it's just Microsoft's websites and Facebook's websites and Twitter's websites and Google's websites is not particularly appealing. Now, if you made an actual new internet that was just better security, better speeds on downloading things, support for standard interfaces, which you're going to have to they're going to have to make a lot of progress to make VR standard interfaces. You could probably make a new internet that by default had controller support. I don't know how useful an internet really would be if you could scroll up and down with a controller. You could make an internet that was more interactive, certainly, but probably not that much. Like, in a lot of ways, the whole JavaScript, HTML games, HTML5 games concepts would be technical improvements that would make a new internet more interesting, and even those have not really made the internet interesting. Yeah. And I heavily suspect all the talk about metaverse and NFTs will go away in a couple years with no real progress, and all of those will just be abandoned things that people stop talking about. I would be very happy if I was the CEO to say, we're not talking about NFTs or the metaverse at the moment. It's like, we're not having those discussions. We're not interested in those at the moment. To even shareholders, because you literally just need these shareholders to shut up and stop asking about NFTs. Otherwise, you're going to constantly get these news stories unless video game journalism in general just conspires to stop talking about NFTs and making headlines off of them. Like, the anger against NFTs in the metaverse, to a slightly lesser extent, is what's getting the clickbait headline titles for the mainstream video game journalists, so they're going to keep on writing articles about it. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy almost. Anyways, again, need to hurry up. League of Legends animated shorts director has joined Bungie for the Destiny Transmedia project. I really would have to question what you can do as far as storyline and characters in Destiny when you show me screenshots like this of faceless helmeted people from Destiny, which in all fairness, that is pretty much, I think, all the people in Destiny. I've never heard of a named character really, other than like the Moon character in Destiny. Because it's a game of service, everybody is just this faceless, nameless person, and that kind of even hurts the name Destiny as a game. And you know what? It was only up until this second now that I realized my favorite mobile game, Destiny Child, probably is getting less search returns because of the game Destiny. Although, in fairness, it's getting pretty bad search returns, even if the game Destiny didn't exist, because there's still Destiny Child, the band, the singing group. They would certainly come up way more than the lewd cell phone game. Destiny Child is still going fine, although I am starting to feel maybe the beginnings of some slight burnout. There's a lot of time I'm putting daily into doing all the dailies, and it's getting a little exhausting, but I'm still very much enjoying it and still working towards collecting everything. And I practically have every single character that you can get. I missed a couple of the early collabs that they're not even doing collabs anymore, thank goodness. But now I'm working towards getting them all to max level. Before then I can work towards getting them to even a higher max level. Like the initial original max level of just being uncapped 6 times and at level 60 as a 6-star in Destiny Child. Once I reach that for all the characters, I will fix one of the major problems with the game, which is I don't have enough space for all the characters. And once I do have enough space for all the characters, it'll be slightly easier day to day to manage things, because very often what happens now is I run out of space and then I have to shuffle things around and dissolve some characters to make space, some extra characters. Okay, just gonna end here. Moving on, Todd Howard will present Phil Spencer with the DICE Lifetime Achievement Award. Todd Howard is the figurehead of Bethesda, which Microsoft acquired Bethesda or is in the process of acquiring Bethesda. Like, that acquisition seems like that has just been allowed and is not being challenged at all, which is kind of interesting, or that there wouldn't be more of a challenge there. But that may very well be because ZeniMax was a private company and thus it didn't need approval as much as Activision Blizzard is a public company. But it certainly is effectively Microsoft patting Microsoft on the back at this point. I also wouldn't be surprised if Todd Howard either replaced Phil Spencer, since he's getting fairly old, and you really only accept the Lifetime Achievement Award if you've got nowhere else to go. So maybe Phil Spencer is going to announce a retirement and be replaced by Todd Howard. Otherwise, I would think it would be the exact opposite. Phil Spencer is going to stay around and Todd Howard is going to be reduced to a figurehead or retire, which arguably I think you would do much better to get rid of Todd Howard, who is really just a person that is a speaker and shoots his mouth off, and keep Phil Spencer, who seems to actually accomplish things in the background and actually be good as a boss. Like, between Phil Spencer and Todd Howard, if you looked in the past 10 years, Phil Spencer has led a lot of other companies to release games where ZeniMax has not really done that great of a job as far as releasing games, particularly Elder Scrolls, which is what Todd Howard is most known for. Moving on, Infinity Ward confirms a 2022 date Call of Duty and Warzone experience. Which, read that article if you're interested. Halo Infinite's latest update should finally fix big team battle matchmaking issues. Blizzard will release a Warcraft mobile game this year. It's expected to be free to play. Inherently, if you were just remaking Warcraft 1 on mobile, there's almost an argument where that makes sense. Although the interface would be weird. If this is the trailer for the mobile game, does not look like a rescan or a retouch on Warcraft 1. Which I guess at a certain point, the Orcs versus Humans storyline of Warcraft 1, this was not a trailer for actually the mobile game, this was the I don't think it is, at least. That was called Shadowlands Chains of Domination. But yeah, you do have this issue now where when you say Warcraft, you really mean what world of Warcraft is now, not what it was then. Or what Warcraft was then. And so that creates a very different scenario. So I almost would just assume what the mobile game would be is there's probably going to be no open world, very little RPG, if I was to suspect. Maybe particularly linear, maybe fairly automated an experience. It might be a gacha game. It might try to be something like Genshin Impact. That would make a lot of sense too. But it also might just be awful. It's not like Blizzard has a history of making good mobile games. And this really is just continued fallout from the terrible planning of Activision Blizzard, where they were trying to make a bunch of mobile games and dissatisfying their audience, which I imagine their audience will be more dissatisfied with a Warcraft mobile game. One would hope it doesn't directly connect to World of Warcraft and that you have to play the mobile game to get some kind of reward or mount in World of Warcraft, but I wouldn't put it past them to do something like that. Moving on, Pokemon Legends Arceus is the fastest selling series entry on Switch. Which, okay. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Still really stuck at Video Games Chronicles. We have like 5 more articles just from VideoGamesChronicles.com itself. Saudi Arabia's bought a $1 billion chunk of Capcom and Nexon. That is worth more than 5% of each company. Seems odd that you put this all in one story. Is that, and clearly what's happening here is Saudi Arabia saw the success of Communist China investing in companies, and then Communist China being able to influence the content and influence the creators of those games. So clearly they're buying influence. And for Saudi Arabia, it's not even really that they're trying to have influence of the games as a way of potentially letting those games be playable in Saudi Arabia, which is same as true for Communist China, is that they want influence of the rest of the world. And it certainly makes an argument against not letting foreign powers that frankly are antagonistic, to say the least, of a lot of other countries, invest into those companies. And this is a great example of capitalism getting trumping overall like government protectionism, which a little government protectionism might be helpful here. Like Capcom certainly is not going to enjoy if Saudi Arabia comes by and says you have to censor out all the things we don't like. South Korea is not going to enjoy if Saudi Arabia comes by and says you have to censor out all the things we don't like. In all fairness, I could see Saudi Arabia's argument almost that Middle Eastern countries are always depicted as the bad guys in a lot of first-person military shooters in modern time, and the United States certainly is getting a lot of influence as far as turning those modern-day first-person shooters into pro-U.S. military propaganda. Like, as often is the case, the first actor seems like it's the United States, if you want to look at it that way. I think Saudi Arabia knows very much that rich people are completely ignoring the rules and the fatwas and the Islamic rule of their country and playing video games anyways, and they kind of don't care until they do. Saudi Arabia has been one of the worst, most censorious companies of the last year or so. But Saudi Arabia definitely wants to make itself look like it is moving to being a first world country instead of a second world or third world country, while still maintaining things. In a lot of ways, it's, I think, trying to make the same argument that Pakistan tried to make, or still tries to make, that a Islamic run country, a country with a royalty, is the better model for running a government. And it's very hard to buy that as being true. It also is probably worth mentioning that being Middle Eastern countries in general being so dependent on oil puts them in a dangerous position when oil is no longer at a high price or a high demand, because they lose their relevancy in the same way that China in previous decades would have lost its relevancy if tea and opium had lost their demand. But yeah, I'm getting into a socio-government economics rant, and I don't want to do that at the moment, so let's move forward. Hideo Kojima has launched his own podcast, but it's Japanese only, which would almost make sense. I wonder if he's actually talking about game development. Arguably, Hideo Kojima should not have time to launch a podcast, and it almost makes me wonder if he's been sidelined even at his own company or his own company is just not doing anything at the moment. But yeah, Hideo Kojima should be in meetings with his underling workers, his employees. He should be in meetings with potential people he wants to do business with in the future. He shouldn't have the free time to do a podcast. Let's see. Kind of in direct contrast to what Video Game Chronicles put out previously, Dying Light 2 is currently enjoying a huge release day on Steam. The game has attracted over 165,000 peak concurrent players so far. Do they have a link to it on Steam? Let's open the SteamDB listing. Most played games. Number 9 is already Master Duel. Dying Light 2 is number 3. Okay. So the reviews are 77% positive as far as SteamDB. I don't use SteamDB very often, so yeah. It's not great reviews. It's not like it's the best game ever, but I think me in particular, and most people, if you have not played Dying Light 1, now is the time to play Dying Light 1. By the time you get bored with Dying Light 1, they will have hopefully added so many improvements and added so much content to Dying Light 2 that it will be just like the ultimate edition of the game. Okay. Do this. This guy is all about wrecking my strategies. But he may have run out of tricks. Maybe not. We already talked about this. GTA 6 development is well underway. GTA 5 has been dated for the PS5 and Xbox Series X and S with new details. One would almost assume that there isn't going to be much improvements after the release for these upgraded console versions. And Far Cry 6's Joseph Collapse DLC arrives next week. This was the character from the previous Far Cry 5, I believe. Which the DLC for Far Cry 5 took place far in the future after basically the bombs had dropped and at least a part of the United States had been nuked. Which the DLC for Far Cry 6 is really just invoking the 3 most memorable bad guys from the previous game, which if anything it really just highlights how little interest they were able to stir up as far as Far Cry 6's bad guys. Alright, we've got a ton of games. So this is going to be very much just yes, no. I'm going to put this one on the follow list because it's VR. And just scroll down to show the price and the languages. Here we have what looks like a hidden object game, mostly. But it might be an adventure game. Nope, it's a hidden object game, so we'll say no to this. I think at this point I can't play any more of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Master. It's just, yes, I'm successfully playing and I have had absolutely zero network problems. A few dropped frames, less than 0.1%. But it's nowhere been as bad as it has in the previous times. And what I'm gonna do as far as the solo mode, daily mode, is I'll just play the solo mode off screen, because frankly what I'm doing in solo mode is not even interesting to look at. I'm just mostly failing and hoping that my Exodia summoning deck will get a one-turn win, and then I'll just get lucky enough to have Exodia summoned on the first turn. Got a whole bunch of crafting points. I haven't really looked at where I am at as far as the crafting points. Yeah. Seems like a fairly large amount of rares, which I don't think you could just take rare cards here. And then I don't think you could or should take these crafting points, which, while I may have a lot right now, I don't think you go 30 here and then 30 here and then 30 here. Although maybe you do actually do that, because maybe then that means you don't get as many rares or normals when you open the legacy packs. It really does feel like it would just be a catch-22 either way. And I don't know if you specifically would want to look for traps or spells as cards to craft. I would think traps or spells might be better than just characters. Definitely does feel like it would make more sense to craft things that make some sense. So fusion monsters, synchro monsters, things that might go in your extras deck versus normal monsters or ritual monsters or effect monsters. It's all kinds of Karibos. But certainly this would be a lot of cards, and you would run out of crafting things. See, if you have 1,000 and they're 30 each, you'd be able to craft about 30 cards here. 30 cards would be 6, 12, 24. It'd be like one square of this. And that just does not make sense. It would be much better to sit on those resources and later on get a deck told to you to craft via some website or a friend or something, and then use those resources to craft it. And yes, we're sitting on 6,000 gems, but 6,000 gems I think would disappear fairly quickly in the next expansion, and then we may very well have a very hard time getting even 1,200 gems before the next 3-month expansion happens, which I assume that's how this is going to break down, is that we're going to get a new expansion to this game, major expansion, every 3 months. Moving on, we have a game on Steam here called 11 War Maiden, which looks kind of asset flippy. I think we have to say no to that. It's an auto battler, which also is kind of hard to justify playing an auto battler on a cell phone. I mean, off of a cell phone, on a PC. Boss of the Mafia looks uninteresting. Birth Patrol looks like it's a far too pixely game for its own good. $1.99 English. My eye problems have once again decided to jump from one eye to the other. Yeah. Flesh Gate, more German spelling of the word gate. Problem with this is it actually looks kind of good. It almost certainly isn't good, but I'm gonna put it on the follow list. It's not a terrible name either. Frag Room Defenders looks like nothing. It's free with no monetization, but also has VR support for some weird reason. Yeah, Beebus 2 looks like some kind of NES game clone. Never heard of this. $9.99, bunch of languages. Seems like that's probably nothing. Dead Gun looks like nothing. Panda's Bridge looks like nothing. At a certain point, I might just need to curate some of these games. Zombie Carnage 2 is already mixed, so we can dismiss that. It's once again online PvP with in-app purchases. Capsa is already mixed, so we can say no to that. King of Heroes looks like some kind of card-based placement game. I don't think there's enough polish here for me to want to play this. $13.49 English only. Yeah, it's a little too rough in the visuals and in the gameplay mechanic. Just like having a positional placement and card, and then visual novel storytelling. Chef-tastic Buffet Blast. I think we can say no to this. $9.89 English only. What's funny is it said product not final in that trailer, but seems to be final now. And if this is the final, I'm not really seeing a lot here. Just kind of terrible screenshots. It sells itself poorly. Dying Light Stay Human 2, we can just go ahead and put that on the wish list since it does follow the requirements. Air Traffic. Would I want to play a game where I simulate being an air traffic controller? I don't think so. $1.99 English only. Also, visually, this looks pretty bad. Here we have a dungeon crawler called Devil's Dungeon, and the first of the games that probably has some lewd imagery in it. Although this may be a censored version, because, yeah, seems like this is probably more of a censored game. Free bonus patch, which I assume that's the adult content. See what it says. Sexual content, general mature content. Yeah. And that is an English and Chinese game. So yes, that doesn't make it to the wish list because it's not really a quality game, but it definitely does indicate that we're back to another weekend where they're going to release all the adult games. Ambition Record here just looks like a mobile RPG. Let's say no to that. Super Shooter. Just looks like a shooter. Parkour jumping game. I'm gonna give this a chance and put it on the fall list. I don't think there really is a game here, but I kind of like the visuals and I'd like to see it succeed. Rome VR Damas looks like just an asset flip game. Doesn't really feel like it's anything else. Again, really no reason why something like this should be in early access. It should be a finished product. If you're not offering much to start with, you shouldn't be given the extra time to make it. Book Hunter looks just like an asset flip game. It's Italian only, and its language also. Boss Beekeeping Simulator looks uninteresting, kind of asset flippy. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to do a beekeeping simulator game anyways. Yeah, we have another game, Tag Sexual Content, and we may very well run into more YouTube family unfriendly images. Like every screenshot here is highlighting big butts. Otherwise it seems like it's a match 3 game, and oddly it is mostly negative in its reviews, which usually you don't get that. Usually adult games get neutral reviews or no reviews at all. So this must be pretty bad. There's a review here that says game is very bad, the puzzle is super easy, and the hentai is just a screenshot of stuff that's already been made and it's terrible. Wow. So we may be starting to see actual people reviewing bad adult games, and yeah, I wouldn't particularly want to use the phrase review bomb, but for lack of a better description, it probably wouldn't be terrible if there was some curators out there that would suggest people go play these adult games and review them appropriately if the games are bad and the content is bad. Like more accurate reviews on these bad games to the point where people stop feeling like they're going to succeed or make money by releasing the games would be great. Although I'm not sure if very many of these adult games are releasing solely on Steam, or that their main business income is coming from Steam in the first place. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these adult games are being sold on more adult specific websites, or more specifically to just Japanese people who will continue to buy them no matter what. So Steam may only be a small deterrent. Negative reviews on Steam may be only a small deterrent, but it's never a bad idea to name and shame bad game developers. Here we have a visual novel called Solar Echoes, the Star Legation, which I don't like this art style. It's not terrible, and it seems fairly consistent. I'm just gonna say personally I don't like the art style. And then when you get to these aliens, they're all very different looking aliens, which is kind of nice. But yeah. If I saw this art style in a comic book, I probably wouldn't want to read the comic book either. So that's going to be a no for this game. It would have been a no anyways, because it's a visual novel and pretty much not going to play this. Porcelain Tales looks like it's maybe a platformer collectathon game. There might be something here. Free to play. I'm gonna play as this. The idea of playing as a gnome is kind of funny. And it's kind of surprising they haven't thought of that idea in the past. But I just don't know if there really is a game here. Next we have something just called Content, which looking at it, the visuals definitely feels like it's more of a troll joke game. They're calling it a point and click adventure. 89 cents English and Korean. Visually though, this just does look terrible. And the general idea of an influencer walking around looking for content is kind of highlighting the bad parts of, we have another adult content game. People just shouldn't be content creators in the first place. And that does include a lot of some of the most successful content creators, as they're just constantly trying things. Even like Good Mythical Morning, they haven't had a original concept in many years, it feels like, and they are just taking the same gimmick over and over again of tasting food or trying out gadgets and churning out stuff. They do it very well, I'll grant them that, but they don't have much to say, or when they do have something to say, they have to hide it behind a podcast or some other channel, because that's not what they've trained the audience to expect from them. This game, Nico Doll, looks uninteresting to say the least. It's $1.59, says it supports a bunch of languages. The actual gameplay of it looks to be mostly a very simplistic box pushing type game, puzzle game, and the art of this cat girl, anime girl, looks terrible even in the screenshots. Let's see. Next we have Red's Adventures: A Season's New Beginning, which looks uninteresting, so no to that. I actually didn't have as many games as I thought we were going to. Eggfly looks like it's a platforming game of no interest, so no to that. And here we have another visual novel, although this one is not tagged as having adult content. Bunch of anime girls definitely being focused on. This is $22.49, Japanese and Chinese only, so can't make it to the follow list. And I'm not even going to bother to try and pronounce these names, just in an effort to save time. Infinite Voyager looks uninteresting. $4.99, English only. Looks like it's all over the place and just kind of asset flippy as far as background art. Here we have another dating sim visual novel that doesn't support English from the looks of it. This art style is different, but in this case, different is not immediately bad. Although I would kind of assume that this is a Chinese game and that these backgrounds have been kind of poorly laid out and not blended with the characters, because these characters are standing out as just not matching with the backgrounds at all. Let's see, free, Chinese only, yeah. That's what I suspected. Haunted Stories. Looks like a lot of dark screenshot syndrome, and I think that is enough of a reason to dismiss it as a horror first-person shooter. So get rid of that. This looks like a troll asset flip game. Just your standard I said flip shoot first person shooter. So no to that. Kaizopoly. Or Kioskopoly, but without the K. Kioskopoly. I guess is what you would pronounce it. It looks like a Monopoly clone, and it doesn't even look particularly good as a Monopoly clone. So, no to that. Into the Cthulhu mythology. Looks like it's a card-based game. I'd suspect it's probably not that good, but I'll give it a follow and see. English and Korean early access. We should cover some of this news from Gamatsu then, because there's less tabs than I thought. We already talked about Puzzle Quest 3 launching March. G-Big announces Koa and the Five Pirates of Mara for PS5, Xbox Series, and basically everything else. Is this a sequel to that game My Summer in Mara? It kind of seems like it might be the same character. Although I wouldn't be surprised if this actually is just a renaming of that game, because that was a really unfortunate name to call a game. My Summer in Mara, I believe is what it was called. If it wasn't My Summer in Mara, it was like One Night in Mara or something like that. Regardless, it was some amount of time in Mara, and it made it sound like you were like sleeping with Mara, and then Mara's this little girl. At least that's what it sounded like to me. If this has nothing to do with that other game, which it might not have anything to do with the other game, at some point I almost have to suspect if there isn't a company that just has a fetish for setting games in Mara, or the country of Mara is paying people for consideration and influence in kind of a different way. And you'd almost suspect that like Hawaii or something would do something like that. Tell people to make more games set in Hawaii, pay them for that, have a tourism board, pay people for that. But it doesn't seem like that happens too often. If anything, Life is Strange is kind of a great example of a Canadian team setting things in America when really it should have been set in Canada, because that would have been easier for their game development and made the game make a little bit more sense. Moving on, Gamatsu says Chi-Big announces Mika and the Witch's Mountain for basically everything. So, never heard of this Chi-Big company, but they seem to be making some big announcements with two different games at the same time being announced. And then a third game here called Elusive People. So a third game. I almost wonder if Chi-Big is a name for a different company that they just changed their name. Yeah. We already talked about Ghostwire Tokyo launching March 25th with a showcase set for February 3rd. Oddworld Stranger's Wrath HD is coming to PS4 and Xbox One on February 11th. Dawn of the Monsters launches in March, and they have a story trailer. I think I watched this trailer. It's kind of a beat 'em up game against kaiju. I'm not sure there's quite a full game there that I would want to play, but it might be interesting. So I'll keep an eye out for it, as much as I can keep an eye out for any game. Gran Turismo 7 State of Play presentation and details, if you want to read that. Water Phoenix is going to launch a crowdfunding campaign to port the visual novel Stand By You to PS4 and Switch, which it's been a long time since anybody's done any crowdfunding. What's funny is that this is Campfire, which I've never even heard of Campfire as a game. Looking at these screenshots, you have a younger looking character, and I wonder if that's why they are going the crowdfunding route, because they're afraid that at some point this game may not be allowed on Steam, just because there's a younger character. Now, I'm not seeing any guaranteed reason one way or another that this game has anything lewd around this character. It's just that Steam in general, and websites in general, other publishers in general, Xbox and Nintendo, tend to still be somewhat iffy about young looking characters, even if they are totally wholesome characters and wholesome stories. Looking at this is on Steam. It doesn't really look like much of a visual novel. Anyways, there is no adult content warning or rating, so I assume there isn't any of that. But you definitely do kind of have to ask that question with any visual novel. It's a kinetic visual novel with no choices. And yeah, you can see it doesn't really have any relevancy, even though it's 100% positive. Only 12 people played it. So I could put this on the fall list, but even looking at that, coming out in 2017, it violates my rules of needing at least 30 people to review it mostly positive for it to be relevant. And apparently Campfire is a Japanese crowdfunding site, because every single bit of this is in Japanese. It does look like they basically want to redraw all of the art, so they think the story is good enough to justify redrawing the art instead of just making a sequel. And I guess they assume that there's enough of a fandom out there that the Kickstarter or the Campfire campaign might actually succeed. The Demon Slayer game is coming to the Switch on June 9th in Japan, although at this point this Demon Slayer game is going to come out, and the Demon Slayer anime as it is has all of the characters looking fairly different from what they'll look like in the game. Basically, this Demon Slayer game is going to cover what they look like in the first season, and we're already deep into the second season from what I can tell. Switch worldwide sales top 103.54 million. Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl top 13.97 million, so big numbers certainly. There are more numbers here. Brilliant Diamond and Pearl, still for this new week, being a newer game, or new to this list, when it was published, need to basically double their sales to beat Sword and Shield. And then Pokemon Legends Arceus, probably, this is probably from their quarterly earnings release. Yeah, that's where this came from. So next quarter, I wouldn't be surprised if Brilliant and Diamond and Pearl are above this, and Arceus is in the top 10. But yeah, when you look at this earnings call of the top 10 sellers for Nintendo, this kind of highlights why Nintendo really wouldn't be interested in acquiring another company. They've already got plenty of games that are selling plenty well. And then they've got some other sales numbers, which this is numbered for no good reason because it's not really in correlation with this. If anything, this should be 11 and through 21. Game Builder Garage sold kind of poorly, but I don't think they put a lot of effort into it either. Yeah, and when you look at something like WarioWare, Get It Together, and Game Builder Garage, which are kind of bad games and didn't sell that well, or Golf Super Rush, which wasn't well received, or even Pokemon Snap, which you would have hoped that was much better succeeded. If they were going to add one more game below Game Builder Garage and that they weren't going to pay attention to or put a lot of effort into it, it would sell probably less than 1 million. So they're probably better off just not trying any harder or not putting resources into that. Moving on, Heaven Burns Red launches February 10th in Japan. This is a smartphone game, which I haven't heard anything about, but also, why would I have heard anything about a smartphone game that's Japanese only? Here we have a very anime intro and a bunch of anime girls, so I almost certainly would assume that this is at some level a gacha game where you collect as many characters as possible and that they're fighting each other. It would be an interesting idea to double up my efforts and potentially play something like Heaven Burns Red on top of Destiny Child. Like, I don't know why I would specifically do that, but if there was going to be a new game that I would want to get into, I'd have to get interested in it basically on day one. And there is, I guess, a slight argument to potentially playing a gacha game, although this is being tagged as a JRPG game, so it may have no auto battling in it. There is a slight argument to playing something that is slightly less lewd, but only if I was really going to show off that gameplay and footage. Otherwise, I'll just stick with Destiny Child. Moving on, the Famitsu sales have been updated. So, Arceus is now in #1 sales, beating Pokemon Superstars. In fact, the lifetime sales of Pokemon Superstars, unless there's something wrong with this list, has just been blown away by Pokemon Legends Arceus. Which, I guess, you can't, these are ordered by weekly sales, though. So everybody was about buying Pokemon Legends, and they still would need to sell another 1 million copies, but almost certainly they will, to beat Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl over the lifetime. They would need to sell a lot more to beat like Mario Kart and Smash Brothers Ultimate, but they potentially will beat that too. This might very well push Nintendo to focus on making more Pokemon games than they probably should, and making all Pokemon games like Arceus. Otherwise, as far as new games, we have Gunvolt Chronicles and Shikabara Gori no Bokenmeishi, which I have no idea what that is. It's from NIS. And they're barely getting like 5,000 sales. It's pathetically low to even talk about. GTA Trilogy for Switch, GTA Trilogy for PS4. We're back to not a single PlayStation 5 game making the top 30 as far as the list. And a lot of things in the lower 20s as far as new games. And then hardware sales for as many new Pokemon purchasers, it probably didn't increase these units sold as far as Switch OLED models and Switch models. I imagine just everybody has a Switch that wants a Switch, but you add these three numbers together and it's ridiculously more than PlayStation 5, and even at that, PlayStation 5, see, I don't know why Switch Lite here is in the third spot when technically PlayStation 5 should be in the third spot. Even Xbox sales are fairly high this week, although PS4 sales were down to 11 units being sold. That's incredibly small. Horizon Forbidden West, Challenges of the Forbidden West trailer is available if you want to check that out. Soul Cresta Physical Edition pre-orders open on February 4th. Neptunia X Sinron Kagra Ninja Wars for Switch launches April 19th in North America and April 22nd in Europe. The PC version is going to be announced at a later release date. I thought this game was already out. Am I thinking of a different game? I don't think so. Maybe somebody had early access to this game or something, because I'm fairly certain I saw some people cover this and they weren't particularly enthusiastic about it. I don't know if the Neptunia or Sinron Kagra games are ever particularly great, but they make a lot of them. The Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl free DLC character Shredder has been announced, available today. I think for the most part people have forgotten that game was even announced, let alone that it's come out already. A Sifu live-action short movie at the cost of time is available to watch. It's basically a commercial at the cost of time. Sifu is the game where the guy has like a magical amulet that every time he dies, he gets older. And every time he beats a boss, he gains some years back and gets younger. See Ghostwire Tokyo gameplay deep dive and developer spotlight from Gamatsu if you want to check that out. Pokemon Legends Arceus sales top 6.5 million. Eurokill the Culmination Games has been delayed to May 25th. This is a shoot 'em up game, despite its name. The game Voice of the Cards, The Forsaken Maiden has been announced for PS4 and Switch and PC. This is the second game in the Voice of the Cards series. It's the first one I've heard of. Is it actually even a card game? Is the question, and I'll watch the blurred out trailer just to see. Definitely feels like it would be a card game. It'd be kind of silly if it wasn't. Yeah, they're calling it a card game, turn-based RPG, JRPG. I guess the question really would be, is it? Sorry, I'm yawning. I clicked on PC to hope that Maybe that would have brought up a link. Voice of the Cards Dial Dragon Roars was apparently the first game, and it came out October 28th, 2021, so only a few months ago. It's made by Square Enix, and maybe that's part of the problem, is that Square Enix is not particularly interested in promoting it. See, if I click PC here, it's just going to take me to the tag of PC. So there seems to be no link here when you look at this. So I'll just do research later and see if, well, actually it's fairly easy to just do a Google search now. Let's just do it now. Get to the Steam page. So here's it on Steam. It does seem like it is doing something slightly different. It's received very positively. It's already on my wish list. It's a single player only game too, although it seems like there's a lot of extra things you can buy as DLC. At a certain point, it almost feels like what they chose to do is relaunch this concept, I would almost assume, as a more traditional player versus player card game, so that they could get better monetization on it, because this definitely feels like they weren't particularly confident in what they were releasing as far as the first game, and that's why there isn't any multiplayer, and that's why there aren't any in-app purchases, and there is instead just odd DLC options. Moving on, Sifu Vengeance Edition, Physical Edition, launches May 3rd. Genshin Impact version 2.5 update, When the Sakura Bloom, launches February 16th. Which, I think at this point, most people are either in or out with Genshin Impact, and I imagine most people are out, and just the hardcore people who are heavily invested in Genshin Impact are still playing it, and they're probably so financially and emotionally invested in Genshin Impact that I would assume that it will take them a long time to burn out on it. Although one of the complaints I've heard about Genshin Impact is that it really felt like a game that should have had more content and big updates of content, or just been released like a full game with a beginning, middle, and end of the story, and then there should have potentially been a Season 2 or Genshin Impact 2 instead. We already talked about the Culmination games being delayed. Here's very different visuals for the half visual novel, half shoot 'em up game. Let's see. Gematsu has the Ghostwire Tokyo hands-off gameplay preview, which a hands-off gameplay preview is effectively just somebody else showing some kind of scripted events. And you really shouldn't give any credibility to a hands-off preview. GTA. There, I have no idea what this is. What is all these numbers here? Anyways, GTA, Grand Theft Auto Online, and GTA 5 for PS5 and Xbox Series launch March 15th. I have no idea what those numbers are. Like, I was on that one Gematsu page, and that was it. It's just some kind of weird loading error or pop-up blocking error. When I reloaded the page, it was gone. And yeah, we've already said multiple times that active development for the next GTA is underway. We've gotten very duplicated news today. Here we have Jetpack Stadium, which just looks like it's a Rocket League clone. I need to get around to playing Rocket League at some point. This is fairly cheap for VR, and it's an online PvP game. It's English only. I think because it's online PvP, though, I can dismiss it. We have about 7 games to look at, and then the standard 5-game follows cleanup. But then I need to run the macro a second time, so we'll have to do that. Also, I'm still looking for feedback if the music is too loud for Yu-Gi-Oh! We have Dream of the Hikomori being a shut-in in Japanese, which that's not even really. This is more of a troll game, just making fun of people that are anime weebs, not hikomori per se. So they're not even getting the insult quite right, because there's plenty of Japanese hikomori out there that really don't have anything to do with a love of anime or waifu. And this animation here, by the way, looks just awful. $5.99 English, allegedly full audio. But yeah, there are plenty of shut-ins in Japan that are shut-ins for completely different reasons. In a lot of ways, the hikomori and the shut-ins in Japan have very little to do with anime or anime fandom or obsession of any sort. It has way more to do with the incredible amount of pressure put on students and workers in Japan, and the lack of opportunity to take other jobs or other career paths or do something different with your life, and the amount of pressure and just stress in general of dealing with the demands of Japanese society. This Balloon Rush game looks uninteresting, so no to that. Here we have another game called Bad Faith. I guess in general there really was only 2 adult games. I thought I'd seen a little bit more, but I guess not. Then here we have a visual novel where the animation's a little rough, and then you're getting a trigger warning for a seizure warning for bright flashing lights. This probably isn't anything I'm interested in. It's English only, $9.99. But I'll put it on the follow list just to be generous and careful. Some of these games, though, clearly I don't have to be that careful with it. Like this snake/drilling game, I can pretty well immediately tell what it is and pretty well tell that it's not a game I want to play, so I can just dismiss it. But when you have visual novels in particular that's so built around the story, and depending on whether I really want to see the stories or care about stories in visual novels, which that question is still very much in the air, that would definitely vary drastically. Because there definitely is a scenario where I play no visual novels. There's a scenario where I play only the top 10 visual novels that are really popular, and then there's a scenario where I really get into them and start playing all the good ones with good story. As for this game, Honored, it's not visually polished enough. It's kind of a stealth game escaping from robotic centaur or not centaur. What are those called? Robotic Egyptian slave master things. Anubis robots is what those would be. Next we have Dungeon Wizards, which just looks like a match 3 game. It may have some other elements to it, but visually it's not interesting. The thumbnail's not interesting. $6.99 English and German. It's a little too expensive too. Next we have the Song Out of Space, which is a little too pixely, I think, for me to want to play it. $3.99 English only. I'll be cautious and put it on the fall list, but I think I'd probably just say no to that. Land of Screens. Looks like it might be an adventure game. $5.99 English only. You kind of have some smooth animation here, which screenshots alone don't show that, obviously. The animation looks kind of Nickelodeon cartoony, which is fine. It does look like a style and more of a slightly interesting style. The only real complaint I would have here is it does kind of feel like in some of these screenshots that this would stand out a little bit better if it had just the thinnest of a black line behind it, or if they thought a little bit better about the backgrounds. Like right now, I assume this is the character that you're playing as, but it's kind of hard to even see her. You could also be focusing in on those characters. Yeah, some of the backgrounds, but that is almost a very minor complaint to say sometimes the character does not stand out from the background enough. Next we have Blue Fire Void Maker, which is a 3D platformer and level creation game. It says it's free with a third-party EULA. I suspect there isn't much of a game here, and they're just hoping you make the game yourself, and that this is closer to just an asset flip game. But it's a free spin-off of the highly rated action-adventure game Blue Fire, which I guess is on my wish list and is rated very positively. Which I guess at that point, if that's how it's gonna go, then I guess I could just put that on the wish list now as a free spin-off. Spin-off almost feels like it should have just been free DLC for people that own the game, but I guess maybe they wanted people that even didn't own the game to play the spin-off. This Coins Collector Simulator is nothing. And then we've got some game developer articles, about 5 of them. Unity has beat its revenue estimates in the fourth quarter results. Read that if you're interested. Pokemon Legends Arceus sold over 6.5 million copies in 1 week, which, yeah, we already knew about that. Tilting Point has acquired the majority stake in the Korean studio AN Games. So we're still hearing acquisitions, although these kinds of acquisitions definitely don't get the same kind of news as Microsoft acquisitions do. AN Games is the studio behind the multiplayer strategy game Astro Kings. We already talked about Activision Blizzard developing a new Warcraft project for mobile. Kabam is going to shut down Marvel Realm of Champions after just 1 year. Yeah, it is slightly concerning that so many Marvel games have failed after about a year. For Second Dinner in their Marvel card game that they're working on. Like, it may be a mediocre success in Second Dinner's mind, and then it may be a failure in Disney's mind, and they may shut it down. If that was the case, then Second Dinner would be in big trouble. Yeah. It Takes Two has sold 5 million copies in under a year. And then Forspoken, new graphics features were explored in a GDC 2022 session. And then here we have Mega Solitaire Collection, which is just a solitaire game where maybe you can change the card sets, but you can't put your own card sets in. I'm really still very shocked that there isn't a game out there where you can just easily take images and put an overlay layer of the standard 10 of clubs, 10 of spades on top of your own images to make a card set. It wouldn't be that hard. I think though we can probably say no to this. I guess the only question is this the closest solitaire game worth having on Steam? And I think even there it's a no. I think I've bought Tabletop Simulator at this point, so I would lean more to just sticking with Tabletop Simulator. So that's gonna leave the fall list. Medulla, puzzle platforming game, 100% positive with 11 reviews. I guess I'm gonna have to make an executive decision on this one and just put it either on the fall list or say no to it. It's definitely weird imagery, surreal imagery. Yeah, I'm just gonna put that on the wish list, even though it doesn't really have relevancy. Meditation VR as a VR game for enjoying the beach. It's still in early access. It's free to play. I will just leave this on the fall list. Mercenary 5, Mech Warrior 5 Mercenaries. It's rated very positively. Well, I guess at that point, if it's rated very positively, I'll put it on the wish list. I'm not sure I'd ever actually decide to play a Mech Warrior game, but it follows all the rules. Whereas this game doesn't qualify. Just absolutely no relevancy here. I don't want to be the first person to play and review a adventure game like this, and it doesn't really feel like it's offering anything there. So this should leave the fall list. Mechana. Yeah, I think I can say no to this one too, because I just don't think this is something I'd want to play. It's also early access from 2020. In February of 2020, so I suspect it will never come out of early access. Mechanic Simulator is mixed, so we can remove that from the fall list. And then Meat Lead Fire, I guess needs more time, but also this is like a tower defense game. I don't know why I would have put this on the fall list in the first place. It doesn't look that good, so I'm gonna take it off. And then In May's Phantom of the Opera is a visual novel. Yeah. This needs a little bit more time. We'll give it that, but I probably would consider putting it on the wish list. I guess it would heavily depend on whether this game, Jekyll and Hyde, has qualified, and seems like it has. So we'll put that on the wish list too, even though that wasn't one of the ones we were looking at. And then Maze Man. How does this game work? You run through a maze and avoid taking damage by the looks of it. I don't know why I would have even thought I wanted to play a game like this. It definitely feels like it's almost a Pac-Man clone, I guess. That's what I was probably thinking. I'll give it some more time and think about it some more. But yeah, with that then puts me back to where I just am gonna run my macro again. And we can just watch the macro as it plays out. It is frankly a lovely program to watch. Just the amount of work. I almost wish I had had some other side job that I could just automate. Of course, it's fairly hard to potentially get a job. For me, it would probably be an IT job that I could 100% automate and know that I could 100% automate going in. You probably have to actually physically do the work and show up to work in the first 6 months at least of any job, and then eventually figure out, oh, I can automate this, this, and this, and you probably still would only get 80 to 90% of the job automated. But for a lot of people, particularly in IT, I have heard of people either automating or completely just outsourcing their job because it was that easy. So we have really just about 5 more games. I thought there was more news and games around that had come out in between this stream. And we're back to doing like 4-hour streams too. But no network trouble, surprisingly. This game looks uninteresting. So we'll just burn through this. Escape the all-work horror night. Well, can you play this single player? No, it's just online PvP. I think we'll see more of this happening where we have these online PvP games. And visually, this looks polished. It's kind of a odd, stretched out art style for people, but I think it works just fine. Cat Interstellar Recast looks uninteresting, so we'll say no to that. Wild West. Hopefully I won't have any more network problems, although frankly at this point I still think I would heavily consider getting rid of my ISP and going back to my old ISP, even though the internet was way slower. I'd much prefer to have stability over fast speeds. Pillars of Snow here looks uninteresting. Here we have A Tale About Flowers, looks like just a visual novel, although they're calling it a point and click. Short visual novel Free to play, English and French. Yeah, we have another one of these black and white hidden object games that I just have no interest in playing any of those anymore. I can tell I've been streaming for nearly 4 hours because the cushions in my chair have sunken down to the point where I'm in pain. But, like, I straight up need some kind of reinflator as far as the cushions in my chair go. It's pathetic. Bitcoin Chill here looks completely uninteresting. Ancient Legacy of Azul doesn't look particularly interesting. It's got too much on the screen, frankly. Just a ton of stuff on the screen. $4.99 English only. Karen Seas looks like a troll game. We had more troll games today than normal. In fact, we've had more troll games today than even adult games. Ipswich. There might be something to this. Put this on the follow list even though it's free. But when they make a game like this that's free and there's no monetization around it, it's kind of pointless to review it, and it's kind of questionable how much the content there will be. Let it slide here. Seems like it's not really much. You have to drag your mouse to move, which, yeah, that also sounds like a frustration platformer. So no to that. And then we had already talked about this. And then GameDeveloper.com says Stadia might be relaunched as a licensed streaming tech for publishers, which honestly that would kind of make more sense instead of it being a platform. Iridian 157 Chapter 2 rated very positively here. Was there a Chapter 1? Or is that why this is on the follow list? So point and click adventures rated very positively, so put that on the wish list. And then Chapter 2, put that on the wish list. And then Chapter 3, put that on the wish list. I guess the question is, does this really finish the story? Final and longest chapter. So 3 does finish the story, and maybe that was why I had them on the follow list. It's because I was waiting for the final game to come out. Then you have this prologue game, which, yeah, guess in this case the prologue is actually a game. Merge and Blade is 2048, I think, with characters. Still early access, so I'll leave it on the fall list. Merc's Fully Loaded is not out yet, so, well, it is out. I'll leave that on the fall list. Now it needs more time. Mercenaries VR, on the other hand, it's not relevant, so we'll take that off the fall list. Mental Hospital Child of Evil needs more time. Got about 4 more. Memory Note, barely over the 30 reviews needed. I guess it technically succeeds as a English-Russian visual novel, so put it on the wish list. That doesn't inherently mean I will play any visual novels though, whereas this one needs more time. And Memories needs more time. If it's going to get reviews, it probably won't. And Metric, we might make it all the way through all the follow list cleanup. Like we might get all the way through Z to A, and at that point, if we're looking at A again, I might consider lowering the standards a little bit. Although there isn't really a great reason to do that, because the goal here is this does have enough positive reviews to make to the wish list. That's why I put it on the wish list, by the way. But yeah, the goal here is not to just clear up the follow list by adding things to the wish list. The goal here is to make actual impactful decisions as far as whether a game is worth potentially purchasing and playing. And so me lowering my standards is counter that end goal. Alright, so I'm now going to scroll down my Twitter feed and look at anything that's happened in the last 4 hours. Susan Wojcicki retweeting somebody that says YouTube is not a sprint, it's a marathon. Which, look at these dates though. He started in 2021 and he's had a big spike of success with probably just like 1 or 2 very successful videos in February. Whereas plenty of content creators such as me, just to use myself as an example, been making content for like 5 years. The sprint, if YouTube is a sprint, it's a sprint that has no designated length, and maybe eventually if everybody just keeps on making content they might become successful, but I don't think that's really the case either, because the algorithm, I think, definitely gives up on people and channels after a while. Speaking of giving up on channels, MXR just tweeted that YouTube has removed their channel completely for content designed to harass, bully, or threaten. They had no strikes or warnings at all. And so here they've got a side video on their side channel. MXR being mostly known for showing adult mods for mostly Skyrim, sometimes Fallout, and kind of only doing like 1 video per month, was constantly getting like YouTube family friendliness strikes and problems. Like his content just was 100% contrary to what YouTube wanted to promote and highlight and have on their channel, despite the fact that MXR, I think, was particularly popular and people really did like his content. But clearly what they failed to do is have the best amount of support as far as copyright and content ID issues, which had been issues in the past that they've had. But also they failed to transition to a different website, which is really what they needed to do. Is they needed their videos hidden behind some kind of Patreon for people to pay to see the uncensored versions and things like that way more. Koei Tecmo says an issue was discovered for Blue Reflection Second Light where AO's talent points may reach an abnormal value of 9,909 when a friend's talent levels are increased or when playing with data after clearing the main story. A fix will arrive at the end. Here. It's kind of an interesting screenshot to pick here where all the other characters in the game are looking at her and you're just seeing the back of their heads and their back of their legs and such. It's an odd depiction, a way to kind of highlight one character. Marvel's got a first look at Woman of Marvel #1. That has nothing to do with video games, so I don't even know why that was on my Twitter feed. Still scrolling through my Twitter feed just to see if there's any other news worth mentioning. In a lot of ways, MXR's channel, if I'll go back to that, is definitely the guinea pig, the canary in the coal mine for what I've kept an eye out for as far as how YouTube family unfriendly your content can be on YouTube. The Legend of Bumbo is now out for Good Old Games and the Epic Games Store. I don't think The Legend of Bumbo as a spin-off of Binding of Isaac sold particularly well or was well received, unfortunately. But it's in new places, so maybe it will sell better now. But yeah, I definitely personally would have wanted to see MXR find a way to really survive and succeed on YouTube and even push YouTube to have a way to allow adult content or family unfriendly content on their channel without it being a constant nightmare and threat of channels being deleted. It being highlighted as being a channel designed to bully and harass is ridiculous, and that certainly is the new thing that people are using as an excuse to get rid of channels they don't like, is to use the claim of bullying and harassment, whereas most other scenarios when channels are taken down for bullying and harassment, it's usually because you're talking about somebody who's a public figure. Though for MXR, the only person that you even could begin to argue they might be bullying or harassing would be Todd Howard, a celebrity, and they don't really bully him. They call him God Howard, which is the old meme joke, and they really love him. So if it's not Todd Howard that they were potentially bullying and harassing as far as this claim is going, are they being claimed that they are bullying and harassing the artificial AI characters in Skyrim? Like, MXR really does not say anything negative about any person or character. He does use the replacement phrase sleuts instead of sluts, and maybe the word detection algorithm picked that up. That might be it. There definitely is a feeling that with the every single video now, YouTube is scanning every single word that's being said and running it against a database of banned words. So it may very well be MXR's dialogue in his videos and his presentation style that got him flagged. But honestly, I think this may be the second or third time that MXR's channel has been either very close to being deleted or now technically completely deleted. And we kind of constantly go back into this cycle where every YouTuber wants a replacement for YouTube, and there is just no replacement for YouTube. And every YouTube viewer probably would do better if they wanted a replacement for YouTube that wasn't so about monetization and, let's face it, a certain level of censorship. But yeah, seems unlikely anything will really change. I'm frankly really past the point on my Twitter feed. I was just scrolling all the way to the bottom at that point. Alright, well, we managed to have a full stream with no network troubles, so now I need to go turn the DNS crypt settings back on and see if all of a sudden I start having network troubles again. That's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.